Just like that. I'm sorry. So, okay, let's stretch. Let's start stretching. Me, I just want to see if we are awake. Uh-huh. 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 I want to learn that language South Sudanese are speaking today. Hey, I have to learn. Uh-huh. Let's do this. Hey, morning stretch. The Yulid song is coming. Mm-hmm. Our neck is very important. Let's go.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Kopamo Africa. Mauritanie bonse. Yahe, Sitei. Bonjour. Mama.
from country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming high for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, by sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we'll shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women.
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality. We do lead, we do lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Oh. Eh? You deserve a big clap. Clap for yourself. Yes, this is nice. Now I am sure we are all awake. So, one announcement before we start. For young people who need to do their COVID test, the doctors will be coming around 10. We will give you indication where to go. Those who still need to pay, there is Crispin. Crispin, stand up. You bring money to him. There is, if you have dollars, you go change it at the reception and then you come here. Please, he's there on that table. Crispin, stand up again. He's there, the tallest man. So, and please do your bookings, especially people who are leaving tomorrow. Without your bookings, we can't follow up to know when your results are coming. And send it forward your bookings to my email, which is Kazeneza. I am sure everyone here has my email. I have been sending you emails. Kazeneza H. Dot. Is what? How do you say? That's my French now. I'm going to say it in French. Let me check. So you sent me an email. I'm sure everyone has my email though. Anyway, so as I said, today is very special. Very, very special because we want to hear from you. And today, what is most important is to learn from each other. At ulead.africa. Kazeneza H at ulead.africa. So that's my email. You just forward the email you receive. So we will be sharing our experiences. I have a friend of mine. I think he's not here. He might be having some meetings. He's a guy from my country, from Burundi. One of the things he always share is, when I go outside Burundi, everyone knows me. They recognize me. They give me a lot of respect. But when I'm home, it's like I am nobody. And that's many young people go through that. We are recognized outside, but not in our own countries. By the way, I think I see him, and I will call him to share his experience with us. So we want to hear from young people who have been doing great works in their own countries. But before we do that, I want to call upon someone. Sheila, are we ready? Yes. So we have been here for 5 days. This is the 5th day. We did the day of politics, the day of business, we did peace, we did gender. Yesterday we met in our own countries, groups. By the way, I want to say I'm very, very proud of all of you here. Yesterday there was music here, but no one was here dancing. All of you people were having meetings. I want you really to clap for yourself. That was so impressive. It means you take it seriously. And I want to encourage you to continue like that. So that what you have learned from here, from each other, from the speakers, you take it to your countries, in your communities, so that those young people who haven't had this opportunity can get something from you. So you guys keep it up. So Sheila is chief delegate physically and one chief delegate online. Miano, help me to see if we have, she's called Fista, the lady online, so that after Sheila speaks, we get her. Not yet. No problem. So Sheila will talk on our behalf. What have we learned and what are the recommendations? And after that, if the chief delegate would have already joined online, we will hear from her and we can start engaging. Sheila, to you? Yeah, good? You need the computer? That thing is far. Can we?
Thank you so much. I bring you greetings. I was chatting with someone, I was like, you lead of 2020, there is no energy. 2021, what is the problem? COVID. All right, I'm honored to be here this morning to do a very simple task, and I want to thank the organizing committee of ULEAD and all the partners that have supported this event, together with all the delegates that have made it all the way from different parts of Africa. Bravo to you all. I would like to, on a special note, thank our political and technical leaders that have been with us all through, especially the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete, who has been, and also the patron of ULEAD, who has been with us all through in guiding us and setting direction and tempo into our discussions. And therefore, I would like to, on behalf of the delegates, to thank him so much. And I think he deserves a round of applause. I'd like to thank all the East African community, in a special note, for accepting to spend their time to come here and build a young Africa that we are all hopeful for the next generation and to take leadership of their own continent and of the globe. Thank you so much. I cannot specifically go into the individual names of the great people and noble people that have been with us all through this journey. To also thank our members of parliament, the leaders in different capacities in our countries that have been here. If you are here and you come from a specific country, be it South Sudan, Kenya, you are carrying the whole country on your back, and you're here to represent that country, and I want you to clap for yourselves for that. On a special note, I want to thank the noble women, young women, who are here. For everything that we do, we need to have a gender lens in it. And the women that we are talking about could have had challenges coming here. And I'm so grateful for the team, for the balanced mobilization that enabled the young women to participate in these spaces. And thank you for the men here to accept us, to be part and parcel of all this. I thank you all, so you need to clap for yourselves. So straight away, we're going to reflect on all the 5 days. And the reflection is going to be conventional. It's going to tackle the technical issues that brought us together, but also to give feedback on the general processes of the ULEAD Summit 2021. So to begin with, I would like to remind us that all of us got a program. And in that program, this booklet that you see entails all together activities of ULEAD from day one until departure. And therefore, I would like to start with the technical discussions that took place under each forum. So precisely under the 40 political forum strategies, key things came out. One is research. And we need to find out in every country how youth participation influences the political and governance agenda of that country. So I know that later on we'll have colleagues from ULEAD who will be able to tell us how much ULEAD can do, but this is what came out clearly, that we need to do a lot of research. We need to do a study on how political parties, for countries that have political parties, we need to do a study on how political parties are impacting youth participation in governance processes. And for me, this is a very good study because then it helps us to address the issues that come either before or post-election, but also the role of young people. What do they exactly do in the governance of their country? Are they just mobilized to blow whistles, to make noise, to dance? What is... And that study should be able to inform our actions in country, but also at regional level, and even during the time adopt that you now, they are going to place before the summit. So the summit is the climax event. Therefore, we need to take very critical actions to ensure participation of young people in governance processes is tweaked in our activities in country. Several researchers have been identified and issues to do with election observations for countries. We are going into the polls, Kenya is going into the polls, and we need to start conversations on how these young people are going to participate in the election processes, including issues around awareness and so on. The other, and this is the digital rights. Clearly, it came out that we have the resident skills and capacities here. People are seated here, but they do have a lot of competence we can tap on. We don't need outsiders, we don't need external people, apparently, because we have the resident skills to be able to tap on, so that we are able to do research, training, and capacity building on digital rights, but also imparting skills and knowledge on the young people to be able to understand what exactly we are talking about, because it's obvious that technological advancement is here, and therefore we need to shift the narrative and how young people can participate in that space. Campaigns are very pivotal in creating awareness, especially civic awareness. And we all know that depending on the context in your country, depending on the issues, campaigns have moved things, especially in mobilizing and organizing young people, social movements and their organizations. But it's also very important for us to do investment, especially social accountability on decision makers. We have members of parliament here, and the ones I'm seeing right in front of me, for example, South Sudan, we are going to do a social accountability audit. It's just not a matter of warming those offices. It's not a matter of warming the floor of parliament, but what is it that you are bringing? What value add are you bringing by your presence in that parliament? How many bills, for example, if I am to do a quick monkey survey, how many bills have you moved? Private member bills. How many some of the pro-poor policies that you have been proactive as a member of parliament. And so we're going to do that social accountability audit on you soon, and very soon you might see me in South Sudan together with Anne Miklola to do that social accountability audit. So we are going to be very thorough, and we are going to be very brutal on members of parliament, on leaders who are not accountable to the people, who come only after elections, before elections, give our people sugar. Election bribery is one of the campaigns that we are going to roll on as Africa. So be warned if you're warming to bribe voters, because we are coming for you. We have peace forums where we're going to do a lot of influence, policy review in our countries and reforms. Each country has its own policies that are going to review, that are going to reform, that are going to advocate engagements. We want interface meetings between the rights holders and the duty bearers, the citizens and their governments. So it's important for us to ensure that we document clearly our asks. One thing with advocacy is that it came out clearly that we are not going to run with so many things, because we may not achieve. So we will have an advocacy strategy. And I know that ULEAD is very technical and they will support us. I don't know if we'll have strategies on how best we are going to do our advocacy work, or we'll sit in country and then have one consolidated regional advocacy strategy, so that our advocacy is tailored to addressing the very structural and salient issues that we have identified here. Obviously, trainings are going to take place, civic awareness, civic education on peace and security, instruments and the role of youth. It came out clearly that as much as we were holding high-level conversations here, some of us didn't have a compendium of laws and policies. For example, the question that I asked, whether we all understand the free trade agreement, and have we seen it, a copy of it. So I think one of the things that we need to do as young people is to ensure that you read. Ladies and gentlemen, it has come out clearly that we have these things within our docket. You can go online and Google these things and read. So I encourage us to read. When you read, there's a certain level. I hold a position of leadership, and whenever we do interviews, I don't look for a lot of things from somebody's CV, but what is that elevator point that you're going to bring when you're doing an interview? What we call the elevator point. the last thing that you're going to say that is going to elevate you above all. And this is what we call knowledge, understanding exactly what you are supposed to do. So when you come in front here, you speak with you're authentic, you speak with a lot of vigor, and you're very confident because you do a lot of reading. So this is what we are going to do for the next 1 year. We are also going to have capacity building trainings that are going to be institutionalized, and I'm happy that ULEAD is now a forum. So therefore, they will have opportunities here to train us, to put us together, to discuss a lot of things. But also, most importantly, that came out is the Cultural Expo. That apart from us coming here, can we have regional expos so that we understand? It was quite shocking that even among young people, we are Africans, but we don't even know what takes place in Kenya. And you ask, Kenya, which country is that? I was shocked. Someone is asking, they don't know where South Sudan is. It's shocking. It's really shocking. It's shocking. Because at this point, with the level of education that you have, with the level of exposure, I expect you to know everything, literally, including the tribes in Uganda, including what they eat. So therefore, we have regional integration to bring together young people to understand their own continent and encourage tourism. Some of us, we want to go for our honeymoons, those who are blessed with marriage. You want to go to the UK, you want to go to France, you want to go to Moscow. Why don't you come to Arusha? What is wrong with Arusha? Go to Zanzibar. Kenya is just here. Go to South Africa. Zim is beautiful. So I encourage all those intending to marry. The power of networking came out very clearly. And also, we are going to do what we call checking systems. And this is what came out clearly, that we need to do an audit on the AU Continental Framework on Youth and Security, Peace and Security, to hold them accountable. And for me, this is good. We've adopted some of the instruments. Yes, we've adopted some of the instruments and protocols. Therefore, we need to ensure that some of these things are audited, and how far have we gone. And issues of fair taxation have come out very clearly. Issues of young people, but also having a gendered lens on issues of understanding feminism in its context came out very vividly in our discussions, but also to have a harmonized kind of profiling of what we mean and on our own definitions of some of these things. Now, that was part of the technical feedback. The general feedback of the summit, and this is what they sent me to say. That the summit was well organized, and definitely it was a very good platform for us to engage and interact. However, key things to note taking forward. One is that in the next summit, or in the next ULEAD events, we need to have more of the young people coming to share their experiences than having a panel of 15 people coming to discuss a subject matter and having very little time for the young people to engage meaningfully. So I believe that the ULEAD at the forefront, but also importantly is financing the ULEAD Summit. We've agreed that it's very important for us to raise money from within the consortium members or the partners, so that we are able to determine what is discussed on the ULEAD Summit. So I hope I have done justice to all of us, and I beg to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for representing all of us. Just want to know if Philista Wagesa, can you hear me? She's online.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Well. So, yes. We know that you have been engaging a lot on Twitter, following what was happening. We want to hear also from you, representing the people who were following from Twitter.
Thank you so much. Just to make sure I'm clear, can you hear me well?
Very well.
Yes, thank you.
Can we see you? Is it possible?
Yes. I will try and Yes. Yes, can you see me and hear me, right?
Very well.
Okay, thank you so, so much um, for this opportunity. My name is Felicitas. I'm from Tanzania. And maybe to start up with a little saying that says every young person, every opportunity. We understand that the generation right now, or the youth in Africa, are so many, and there are so many opportunities out there, but we just need a little push to unleash our potential. So my name is Felicitas, and I'm from Tanzania. And I'm happy to join you again as we close and wind up the Youth Lead Summit 2021. Personally, it was a privilege to attend almost all the sessions online. And I would really like to first congratulate everybody who was there physically, and also the youth lead that was able to enable us, all those people that we were online. And it was really smooth, and we didn't have any technicalities in terms of joining the meeting. So that's number one. And secondly, I would like to say the Youth Lead Summit was a complete package, meaning we talked about politics, we talked about business, we talked about gender, we talked about the critical role of young people, not only in Africa, but actually marketing ourselves to the global market. So that's really key. And also our critical role as young people in building peace. So what I would like to say is it was really a mixture of preliminary panels, and also it provided an opportunity to learn from each other, share hands-on experiences and opportunities, and also brainstorm solutions that we really need, and also fresh ideas to come up with innovative solutions to the challenges that young people face today, not only in East Africa, but in the globe at large. Because I know there are so many young people that also attended from outside Africa and so forth. So as a delegate, it was actually an opportunity to also partner and cooperate to understand an effective and meaningful inclusion when it comes to leadership in society. I was able to attend the under 14 forum, youth security, policy making, makers forum, and also the development partners roundtable, Arusha debates, and glad that actually we have now the Arusha Peace Forum, the Arusha Youth Hub platform, which will actually facilitate a collective action against the most pressing issues that affect young people in East Africa. So in summary, I would say the recommendation is actually to continue unlocking the potential of young people, and it actually starts now. I know there's so many things that are already going on, but we really need to push to unlock the youth potential in Africa, in East Africa, and beyond. And one key thing I would really like to say is African leaders and government must continue to mentor and support young people, develop programs and policies to actually support young people in every sphere, including education, health, trade, and all policy making processes. So as we continue to nurture young people, we must recognize that they need key technical skills. We understand we are in the 21st century, and the fact that we are educated, but we still need the technical skills to compete in the world market. As much as we want to connect and also work within East Africa, we also need to compete in the world market. So we have to have advanced shared goals. That means commitment to act on priorities for young people and also future generation. So what I also got is also to foster on opportunities. We understand there are so many opportunities out there, but we know there's some young people who get challenges to actually access these opportunities and also bring an impact to the society. So helping young people to find opportunities for civic engagement is very important, and social action to develop skills. We also need to lead and mobilize emerging threats and challenges. We all understand we have COVID-19, but there are opportunities that comes with COVID-19. So young people should look around. As much as we need support from the policymakers or be involved in policy making, we also need to take the self-initiative to look around, look for opportunities, so that we can compete with the people who are already in the system. We already have a voice of representation. We know that we can talk about young people because we have gathered there as young people to ensure that all backgrounds are at the heart of decision making, meaning the less privileged and also those people that are already privileged, those people that have access to these opportunities. We understand there are countries that are war-torn countries, but I'm really glad that actually we have people from those countries attending the forum, and they've been able to be in the process and actually give and improve meaning representation for all young people, including those who have been impacted by wars, discrimination, and inequality. So the Youth Lead Summit, as I've said, it has been a complete package. And my reflection is really to congratulate the Youth Lead team for allowing us to really not only engage with people, but also participate in giving a recommendation that might even improve and give a bigger impact to youth in East Africa. The last thing I would like to say is about resourcing. We should continue working, work together collectively, and also to increase funding for youth-led organization, networks, and also startups. We understand there are many countries in East Africa that have a lot of young, innovative people that have startups, but they really lack the funding and the push from the government. So the African leaders should take part in supporting young people that have really innovative solutions that bring impact to the society. And young people should also work with the funders more strategically, meaning they should be inclusive. They should include women. They should include people with disability to ensure that we have an inclusive and push forward the youth agenda beyond East Africa. Last but not least, young people should keep learning. As much as we want to take the platform of leadership, we should continue learning from people who are our predecessors to maintain commitment, capitalize professionalism, and also develop our countries and our society or our communities. So charity begins at home. Begin with your society, begin with your community, and then expand it to the nation, and then go beyond that nation. That is the African continent. So we have identified in the Youth Lead Summit, there are a lot of gaps that have been identified. And I hope with the promises that we are going to work collectively to achieve inclusive, sustainable solution will be our priority. So as much as we have a lot of gaps, as much as we have a lot of opportunities, let's achieve these opportunities, or let's identify these gaps through research with an inclusion towards sustainable solutions. So to end up my remarks or my reflection, I would like to say you lead and we lead together. And thank you for this opportunity, the Youth Lead team who gave me this opportunity to give my reflection. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Felista. I know we contacted you this morning and you are very nice to be here and talk to us. I just want to give one more opportunity for one person online, Oriema Edison. Edison, can you hear me? Edison? Edison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very well. Loud and clear. Are you able to put your video? Edison.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
people here want to see you.
Okay.
Very good.
My background is not all that clear, and I was hiding my video.
But it's very nice.
I'm in my ghetto.
I am so happy to see you. We know you have been with us since we started and very much engaging. So I just tell us how you felt this week and what you would want to recommend, what you have learned, things like that.
Okay, yeah. First of all, I'm very humbled for such a wonderful opportunity to have something to
Sorry,
say
Edison.
before. Yes, madam.
Remind me, where are you?
Okay, I'm Edson Oriema from Uganda, Bulisa District, Oil Village, and a brainchild of RDP Uganda and Action Aid. So
Very good.
I'm so much privileged to be part of ULEAD 2021. And I want first to thank the organizers of ULEAD and every development partner who has put everything possible to make sure we have such a wonderful summit this year amidst the COVID-19. I, as Edson, given my background, being someone from very deep in the village, I'm so much happy about what has happened this time. It is my first time to actively attend ULEAD Summit. Kumbe, I didn't know it was really entailing a lot of things. And the number of things I've really learned from ULEAD, which I think I should have opportunity to really translate it to other young people in my community. In terms of my recommendation, I've observed a number of things. One thing, I'll talk about local content. I know as youths who have been able to make it to Arusha, some group of people who have at least attained some level of education and have moved and got some kind of exposures. But we must know that we are really representing thousands of youths in our community who have not been in position to either follow this engagement online or be in person in Arusha. So I would say, let God guide us so that we carry the information we have been packed with at ULEAD, so that we take it back to our local community, especially the young people. Because if we look at everything which has been given to us here, they are all rotating within the 17 Sustainable Development Goals agenda, which as young people in Africa, we believe that if we are in the front line, even before the intended year of 2030, we will have achieved it. So we should be in the at the forefront so that we push the SDGs agendas so that before 2030 we achieve them. Then secondly, I wanted to share with you my experience. A youth who did not really attain that level of education in Uganda, which everyone would wish to attain. But what helped me was like, in 99, I happened to join RDP Uganda, which is a youth-led organization, where I was doing a number of capacity building and advocacy campaign with them in terms of performing some drama, music, and so many other things. And there are a lot of things I've been picking, and this inspired me to really stand in my community and talk about what we think are oppressing our local community where I come from. Then another thing I want to talk about is ULEAD Secretariat. We have come to Arusha, and today we are ending. I don't want all the package we have to just remain here so that when we come back next year, we still come back and talk about what we discussed this year. No. Can you take initiative of following up the commitments made by different young people within Africa so that by the time we are coming back for ULEAD 2022, we shall have got some tangible achievements which are documented, which you are going to present to other youths who will be available. Then lastly, in my comments, there's something I've really witnessed. I remember there was an issue which was said that, like young people, we have mistrust between us and the government. But I want to tell you that as young people, we believe and trust our government. But within our government, we have some government leaders who are not really willing to work with us and they don't have trust in us. Why am I saying this? In our program, we are supposed to be addressed by all head of states within East Africa. But to my surprise, none of them talk to us apart from delegating their junior officers. Now to such a straightforward person, it sends me a very wired message that our leaders are not really willing to work with us. They don't give us time. They don't value us to the extent of even not even giving us 10 minutes virtually to talk to the young people. I'm so much happy with our patron, Jakoya Mrisho Kikwete, for loving the young people because he has been with us from day one up to today. That one shows his commitment towards youth agenda. But to our leaders, we elected and appointed, for us in Uganda, His Excellency President Museveni has given us authority to even question the integrity of our leaders and even tell them what they deserve to do. And it is coming in the form of recommendation that you should make the information reach them that I personally am not happy with them because I wanted to feel their love and the care they would show at this little time as our leaders because we elected them and we believed in them and we expect their services at the right time we want them to serve us. Now they are doing us the service. What does this imply? So we should not fear them. Let us hit them hard. We tell them what they're supposed to do for us. Then lastly, to our delegates who are going to move to different parts of Africa, I'm just wishing you journey masses, and I'm saying to our fellow brothers and sisters who are going to remain in Tanzania to have nice stay and enjoy everything we have shared until we meet next year in 2022 for the same program. But as we network and make sure we follow up all the commitments and the recommendations we have worked upon. Thank you so much.
Edison, I need to declare my love for you. You really made our day.
Love you too.
Thank you very, very much. Stay with us. I know you will be with us the whole day. Thank you. And I need to thank the internet of this village. This was perfect. Yes. So we will be waiting a little bit. The acting speaker of the Iyala is coming. But in the meantime, I still want to hear from some people. I know there are many people who have been disturbing me. Oh, I want to speak. You haven't given me chance to speak. Now it's your time. Who wants to say something? A comment, a recommendation is nice.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Nyirika, MP from South Sudan. Thank you very much. I'm Mary Nyirika from South Sudan, National Parliament. What I want to say is a story. The experience back from African. I had a story that there was a one man from Africa who went to Europe. That's a long time ago. So the man stayed for 5 years. Um, I was told to come in front so that people should watch me over wherever they are. It is a history back long time when African was not civilized. A man went to Europe for 5 years. He left. He decided to come back. He went around the shopping and he felt what gift that can please his wife can be a mirror. You know mirror? Kio. So he went and buy mirror. When he come back to Africa, at that night, he did not explain what gift did he bring to the wife. And you know the wife doesn't know the mirror. There was no mirror at that time in Africa. So in the morning, the wife asked, what did you bring for me? Because you want to show off to others, women. Then he said, I bring you this. So when the woman saw the mirror, he saw herself. That is the first time he saw herself in the mirror. He decided to rise because the man did not explain what is the mirror. He went to the mother, tell mother, Mom, you know, I've been waiting this man for so long. He decided to say in Europe for 5 years. At the end, he came back with another wife. He married another wife. So the mother asked, where is the wife? He showed the mirror to the mother. So mother saw herself. And he said, my daughter, men cannot live without a woman. And this woman is very old because he saw her picture. He's very old. He will not bring in your home. Just go back to your house. So the lady were not satisfied with the answer from mother. He went to the father. But my father, I want to tell you something. I'm very upset. My husband say for 5 years I've been waiting for him. And he decided to bring another wife for me. So the father say, where is the wife? He showed the mirror. And then the father saw himself. He said, this woman is very ugly. He look like a man. So don't bother yourself. Maybe he was just using for that time. Go back to your house. So the women were not satisfied. He went to the court, to the chief local court, that I have to divorce this man because I trust him. I wait for him for 5 years. He decided to bring a wife for me. So the chief took the mirror. Where is the wife? Chief took the mirror and saw himself. Say, my daughter, you know this man, this woman, he look like a sheep. Don't bother yourself. He will not live where he's leading. Because in Africa, a woman cannot be a sheep. So that woman will not come. You just go back to your house. Do you know why I bring this story? This story is very important. It means two things. When you did not give awareness, people will mistaken your foreground. Because if the husband was, he could have explained the meaning of the mirror to the wife. A wife could have not go along for those process and investigate and also decide, or he had a heartbreaks that he should not decide to go around to the parent that accusing the husband he brought another wife. So this program that we have as a young leaders, we need also, when we go back where we come from, we need to explain to our leaders the program so that they don't mistaken us. Because nowadays people are very sensitive. When you have a move, they may think that we want to overthrow them from the power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So, we are here with Honorable Josephine. She told me to call her Mwalimu yesterday. Welcome very much. Before I let her speak and introduce Ivan, I want to introduce one person. Paris Sags, where are you? Yes, come here. He's very patriotic now, coming with even the flag. So I know him from when I was very, very young. I was in primary school when I started hearing about him. He used to disturb the national radio in Burundi and the national TV, making these things I don't know. So I will let him speak about his experience in business before. Yes. He has created something which is like WhatsApp. He has a platform, a social network platform. He can tell us about it, and then we will welcome Ivan.
Thank you, Iget. Can I be here? Because I don't think that I have too much time, let me go fast. My name is Paris Sags. I'm 32 years old. I'm from Burundi. I have a presentation on the contribution, the information and communication technology ICT of the company Gasapi Social Networking. I think that the technical team will be fast as... Okay, before moving on the presentation of Gasapesen, let me first tell you that I'm a young Burundian who created the community radio when I was 16. I was in 8th grade in secondary school. Quick, I passed to some picture. Guys, okay, thank you. This is me in 2005 trying an FM transmitter. Next, here is me when I was testing my manufacturing equipment. I was at the mic myself because I was playing the role of director, journalist, and the technical at the same time. I didn't have any choice. So this is my manufacturing transmitter. We go fast, please. Go fast, go fast. Go, go, go. Go, please. Okay, stop. Okay, completing the manufacturing of my transmitter here is with the power equal to the one both in Italy, with only the difference of cost. Italy, 4,000 USD, Burundi, 50 USD. Imagine this big difference. Same power, I'm telling you. So, imagine the satellite dish homemade in a used bucket. Do you see? Who managed to broadcast in the radio frequency waves in almost 1/3 of Burundi. Me on the microphone during the broadcast. Today, this radio station was created, the very first community radio station in my province, Gitega. This is the radio, how it looks like. Go. Yes, this is the radio station now. I think that is a success story. Currently broadcasting in almost 1/2 of Burundi, as you can see on this map today, actually. Next. In 2017, I was chosen from among 1,000 young African leaders, and I went to the United States of America for 12 weeks trainings. Go. There I had a chance to share with senior government officials about my project at a summit in Washington, D.C. Yes, go back. I also had the chance to talk about my country, Burundi, as well as my province. As you see, I carry actually the flag of Burundi. I returned to my country at the end of 2017 with a project to create international digital TV. Now there is a radio station and the TV station, Humuriza TV International. You can, who is currently followed? Go back, please. Yes. The TV station is currently followed by over this number. Do you see this? People worldwide. We are on Facebook. You can just take time to look on it. It's Humuriza TV International. You go, both radio opportunity, more than 35 young people have a permanent 450 young people have done their professional internship there. The administration use our two medias to educate communication the population without any problem. Challenge still in rental of the worker building. Replacement equipment too expensive. Our salary sufficient for staff and other remain beacon for the rapid progress of our two media. Regarding GASAP SN, my new platform, a social media that I created, actually, is a platform that I came up with after analyzing that every network we used, WhatsApp, Facebook, in Africa, emanates from the United States of America, WhatsApp and Facebook, as you know. So it was when I was in the United States of America 2017 that I was working with high-level technician in programming at Comcast Center in Philadelphia. And this is after spending more than 3 years in the mix of computer codes that I just launched in March this year, my social networking called GASAP SN. GASAP is all my names because my name is Gateka Sachs Perry. GASAP SN has my name as you see. A platform, go please. A platform that looks like this. This is my platform. This is not Facebook. Forget about Facebook. This is GASAP SN. Yes, so you go. It's a platform that currently has more than 800 options. Messages, voice call, video call, publish news, publish photo and video, comment, share, like, and so on. All this we prove to see, test it yourself right away by typing www.gasap.com. You will come to see this view. We go faster, please, because I think that I don't have enough time. After clicking on, create an account, you will have this image. Yeah, he go fast. Yeah. After this, you get a time to put a photo, profile photo. Go. After this, we see ask. You tell us about yourself. Finish your registration, and here we are on GASAP Social Networking. This is GASAP Social Networking, gasap.com. The current global statistic of GASAP SN is this one. We have more than 8 million users worldwide today. In Burundi, it's not bad because we had a statistic like that. We have like, it's about 1 million in Burundi, but other people, there are in worldwide. The global statistics that GASAP have shown that show us that GASAP SN is not really local, as you have seen it yourself. Here is the consumption of GASAP social networking worldwide. The first country to use so much GB on GASAP SN is Burundi. Second, United States, Great Britain, Indonesia, Zambia, Canada, Russia, France, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, and so on. Which is of opportunity, GASAP SN, a Burundian platform which has its own management, therefore, which has the strengths like those of other social networking. It is not, therefore, the foreigners who conserve and manage our current, but rather ourselves. Easy to use, also manufacturers, and it's also be used as online market thanks to its more than 40 employees, and which plan to employ more than 600 young people in Africa. In terms of challenge, GASAP SN comes with other platforms already established around the world, such as Facebook, WhatsApp, and other. It's little used because it's currently created, so you know every time you say, I don't have many friends yet that we talk to on this network. Other very major challenge, one cannot succeed in such platform without the support of government. in other countries like China or these worldwide like Facebook, WhatsApp, are considered spies. That's why they use them. If you want to use them, you need a VPN. Of course, it's not fair ask the government to block them in order to refuse people to use them, because even if we have broke, it is to promote local homemade network like WeChat, Sina Weibo with regard to China. Go quickly. Another innovating, go back, please. Another innovating, go back just a little bit, just a small minute. Another innovative thing, okay, you got it. Me and my team are creating an option in Gasape SN, which we alert or a smartphone with this application every time if he is within 5 meters of a person with a high temperature, which we help with the 5. It's up to you to make sure that this platform you have right now, you are registering, this option will look like this. This option will look like this. When you have your phone, you have someone around you who have a big temperature, the phone will alert you. I will not know how to finish my presentation without telling you that I am among the young people of Burundi who are in the process of making a homemade helicopter plane. Is this picture. And we are currently at 85% of success. Thank you. May God bless you.
Now, I don't know what to say. I feel a little bit, you can imagine. Yeah, I was saying, since I was in primary school. And I got to know him because of ULEAD. So I'm grateful. As much as I'm part of ULEAD, I also have this chance of meeting people I wouldn't have met. So thank you very much. I know him from the name Gasape. In Burundi, everyone call him Gasape. So, and this is inspiring. And I want to tell all of us here, we can do. If we want, we can do. He can tell you he didn't have much support. He didn't wait the government to support him. You have seen the pictures, how he started. At a point, we thought he will not make it because he used to disturb the national radio. So you could imagine, we thought this guy will be arrested one day. But he has made it. Congratulations, Gasape. Keep it. So I am going to welcome Ivan, my boss, my brother, my mentor, everything, to just tell us a bit about this session. It's the first time we are having the East Africa Tubonge. We really dreamed with him from last year. We wanted to have it from last year and this year. But before he comes, I want to recognize 4 people who are online. Honorables from the Republic of Rwanda. We have Honorable Clarisse Imaniriho. We have Honorable Kamanzi Ernest, who is a ULEAD alumni, and we are very proud of him. We have Honorable P. Nizeimana and Honorable Celestin Habiyaremye. Welcome, dear honorables from Rwanda. We are here together. You will have time to talk to us and share your idea also with us. Ivan?
Good morning, East Africa. East Africa. East Africa. We move it. What can I say? What can I do? just to be grateful is all I can do. And because we would like to hear from our leader, I won't be saying so much. But may I ask the members of parliament from Rwanda who are joining us this morning for this session, if they may possibly switch on their video. The tech team, please help out, and let's coordinate whenever it is possible. They can switch on their video, and so we can interact, okay? But as they make this arrangement possible, I want to just give a brief preamble of why this session is very, very important as part of the ULEAD Summit. Over the years, let's talk about 20 years ago. Democracy was forming. I mean, Africa has been independent for 50, 59 years, some countries 60, and the phase is still ongoing because you see Africa is going through post-independence, and then we have had immediate post-independence was marred with coups and counter-coups. And we know that we have certainly had even recent coups. So Africa is still a struggling democracy, per se. But one area that democracy has really grown on the African continent is the area of representation. And representation has grown for women as well as for youth. But we need to examine this growth, and we need to make it work. So I would say we need to make this session maybe making democracy deliver. This is how I will open this session. Making democracy deliver for youth. And that's why Tubonge. Now, representation can be looked at and examined in two fronts. The first front is quantity. Quantity means the numbers. How many representatives do the youth have in the government structures? And then how many in each structure? Okay? Now we have national youth councils as the first entry point for youth to interact with government. National youth councils, my brother Jacob will be speaking soon with me, but he'll tell us the mandate of councils. I've never worked in a council, but he's the chair of the National Youth Council in Uganda. And again, also allow me to recognize the presence of my leaders, honorable members of parliament representing youth in the National Assembly of Uganda. They have just joined us. They had a couple of engagements in the morning, so they delayed to join us. Please, let's welcome them as well. And I don't know if our comrades from the National Assembly of South Sudan were recognized properly. So please also stand up again for recognition. Thank you very much. And team leader or head of delegation, Honorable Court, we appreciate your leadership and we look forward to hearing from you. But before I lose my point, I was still explaining representation in numbers, which is quantity, which we said youth councils, and he will be tasked to tell us what are youth councils for as a representation structure for youth. Now, the second element is quality of representation. And I want to briefly talk about the two. In terms of quantity, you may read, just go and read, about political representation of youth, even if you just ran a quick Google search now. research tells us that we are no longer behind on this. The numbers have been growing, and it's been working this way. Quotas, special seats, and nominations, okay? The numbers are not a problem, but our representatives are struggling to keep ends meeting. One, we put them in parliament, but we don't have a budget for them to work with youth. Now, representation without enabling tools remains a challenge for real representation. That's the first challenge. So as this Tubonge, we need to pass some kind of acclamation that let there be a thinking to begin around the budget line in the National Assembly that is not the MP's monthly pay, but a pocket for youth MPs to develop youth programs and work with the youth structures like National Youth Councils to reach more youth, develop more policy and solutions level initiatives. That level of representation is still lagging behind. So they have to use their pocket. They are always broke because what they earn as a salary, they use it to also do their work as per demands of the constituency. So they are always broke and indebted by loans, and that means they hide us. They hide from us, because every time we look for them, they think we again. And that's why they are rare to find. And that's why we are lucky to have them, because here, I don't expect you guys to ask for money. But that's a major challenge, lagging behind the meaning and impact of representation. Now, a minister has a portfolio, and we know that there is also a difference between a member of assembly and a minister. And this also needs to be clear. I'm not saying parliamentarians are supposed to implement programs. I know she would like to clarify later. We shouldn't expect parliamentarians to develop and implement programs. No, their role is to legislate and supervise the implementation of government policy. But they are not barred by any law from coming up with initiatives to support youth and create solutions to youth problems. And those initiatives are the ones I'm talking about. But I'm not turning around their role or mandate from a legislative one to a programming and, something. No. But if they wanted to do something, where is the pocket of resources they would tap into to come up with initiatives for their constituencies? The second point is the capacity of representatives. And the capacity doesn't mean that they don't know how to talk in parliament. No. The capacity means how to understand and play their role as the youth expect. Because we have a lot of expectations, but they don't know some of these expectations because of the limited interaction they have with us, okay? So capacity we are talking about is ability to have infrastructure, platforms, and frameworks for interacting with the constituencies. That is a second challenge for youth representatives in policy making. And the last one is we are in an East African community arrangement or framework. Each partner state has domestic institutions. They include a national assembly. There has also been a regional assembly, the East African Legislative Assembly. It's already in place. But the different national representatives in these houses, we still don't have a framework for bringing us together. Yet, when we legislate at national level, whatever you legislate at national level has impact at regional level. Whatever is legislated by IALA has impact on the national level. But as national assemblies, and particularly, because we are in a youth space, youth members of parliament, we still don't have a framework that brings together the members of parliament in the different partner states of the community. That is a major challenge, at least for the East African community to proceed. We need a space where youth parliamentarians can work together, cooperate, collaborate, learn from each other. And that's why on Monday, I talked about this idea we are working around called Elected Young Representatives Performance and Peer Review Mechanism. And I would like to share with you that this is something I would like us to go out with and start on. And Jacob is going to join me now to talk about what it means to have such frameworks that hold us together. And then I will invite I have two session leads. Where is Muira? Oh, cousin, just for a second. Okay. I will invite my brother Jacob. We have planned to share these thoughts with us just to set the pace in terms of how and what we think should be the outcomes of this conversation. Now, before I hand the mic to him, and then I will invite our speaker for the East African Legislative Assembly to welcome us and open the session. We would like this and with more participation of our parliamentarians, and the sole objective is for us to interact with our policy-making representatives on the outcomes of this summit, so that they can also contribute in taking them forward and customize them into their priorities at national, as well as we work with the IALA to take those forward. So with
I don't know if this is audible. Ivan, I think this is audible. Thank you. Firstly, I want to welcome the Honorable Member and representative of the Speaker of IALA. I also want to welcome Honorable Members of the Parliament of South Sudan, Republic of South Sudan, and my colleagues in battle, the Honorable Members of the Republic of Uganda representing young people. Now, for me, just to set us on a path of questioning ourselves, and Ivan has phrased it well, how do we make democracy work? One of the challenges and misconceptions I've had is that development is a product of democracy. That's not true. When you select leaders or you vote leaders in a democratic process, it doesn't mean that that translates into being a developed country. It does not mean that, therefore, your country will develop at a faster pace. It simply means you now choose your leaders. What makes development happen is how those leaders get to work. And so you can find that a country does not elect leaders, but they are developing faster, while another country that is electing leaders is just changing people that are not working. And time and again, we have people that are not working. Now, as East Africa, we have already, and as Africa, we have already embraced the necessity to be a democratic space and a democratic practicing people. To achieve development in democracy is really the crust and the basis of this conversation this morning. One of the ways that young people participate in democracy is by having their own representatives. And another way is to having representatives of the people who are young, who relate with the young people, who share their challenges, of course not the salaries, but you know what it means to be young. In terms of the problems they faced, you know what it means. And you have worked with them. We make you people that represent young people, like my brother Odoi here, and my brother Rugumaya, and my sister Agnes, and all the honorable members from the Republic of South Sudan, and joining us online from Rwanda. How do you make your representation qualitative more than it is quantitative? Because what we don't have in Africa is not a problem of numbers. We sing songs of how many we are as young people. We are very eloquent when we are talking about our numbers and insisting that we are the majority. But what we now need is how to translate that bulk, that number, into the force of development for Africa. And one of the avenues we have are the representatives that sit at the decision-making table. For me, as the chairperson of the National Youth Council, and with my colleagues Roy from Kenya, who is the CEO of the National Youth Council there, my colleague Honorable Goya Boyoy Goya, very interesting name, Gola. You know, sometimes I know it's Gola, sometimes it's Goya. When you're hearing different pronunciations, you're not sure about the spelling. But we have already discussed that we need to have what we call an accountability mechanism for national youth councils. How are you as elected youth leaders performing for youth? Because many times we throw the ball the other side. How are MPs, how are presidents, how are governments responding to young people? And we don't immediately task the people that we send for our own voices on what have you done, how are you pushing forward our agenda. So it is very important. The structures of youth leadership, for example, in the case of Uganda, are astonishing. We have 635,000 directly elected leaders who carry a title in the National Youth Council structure. The youth members of parliament are 5, but the youthful members of parliament in all the assemblies now, Tanzania was just telling us this morning that they have, of the Yala members of parliament, 4 who are real youth. They were not elected on a quota, but they are actually real youth. And I want to thank Tanzania. For those of you that can clap, that's very important. The more the politics of East Africa and of Africa takes a youthful face in the output, the more it is important for us to ensure that there's an accountability mechanism for being a young leader. We should stop looking at young leaders as part of the demanding structure, and we look at them as part of the delivering structure. The people that must be answerable for a failure, for example, in the road network, for a failure in the health system responding to the needs of young people, the failure in the nomination fees being equitable for young people to participate. They should, and this will also raise the bar for them, that as Jacob Beyeru, when I go back home, I don't see myself as a young person who is just young and agitating. I see myself as a young person, and you see yourselves as young people, honorable members of parliament, that are at the representative level of policy decision. Yes, we will not win all the wars, but we must make sure the fight is visible. I hope that's very clear. It is one thing to say we know that we are fighting the problem. And that is where we need to go. That's where the conversation needs to take shape as young leaders. So I hope this morning, and with the privilege of speaking here, that the youth members of parliament will take the task on. When we met the Secretary General, I know that honorable members from South Sudan met the Secretary General, honorable members from Uganda met the Secretary General on the sidelines of ULEAD. One of the things that came up was a strong question of what are young parliamentarians doing to advance combined issues. We are building an East African community, but what are the parliamentarians who are in the national assemblies doing for combined issues? And it's a very strong position. I will allow the representative of the speaker to speak more to that. She is more able. You will hear her. You will not doubt my words after you hear her. So it is important that we see our progress as a consequence of our own actions as young leaders. And here today, I know that some of you are not elected, but you are all leaders in your own right. You stand to advance certain clusters in your organizations. I saw the young man who stood here and he gave me hope that Africa can develop something bigger than Facebook for Africa. It can develop something bigger than Twitter for Africa. It is the responsibility now of the collaborative force of the people that sit at the policy starting another initiative of the nature doesn't go through the same hardship that he had to go through to become an inspiring story. I want to say very clearly that the stories of our future, the success of our future, should be the success of the ease of our current leaders as young people. So that the people that come after me, that come after Gola, that come after Honorable Rugumayo, that come after the Honorables from South Sudan, do not have to deal with the same problems that we are dealing with. They will be solved and there will be new problems. I want to end with this. When the Euro-Asia Summit happened about a month and a half ago, the National Youth Council of Uganda sent one representative, our Secretary for Labor Affairs. He's called Kidega Moses. When he arrived in Russia, of course, he went with the interest of pomp and visiting Russia, going to Europe. These are things that make a lot of sense to African young people. We are excited by the prospect of being in New York, Glasgow, you know. These things excite us. And I want to say I share that excitement because you see a world that's very different, that is abnormal in common sense words, abnormal from what our reality is. But when he reached there, and watch this, he said the first opening statement was that the funding of that forum was not by the president of Russia, not by Action Aid International, not by Danish Aid, and these good friends of Africa. It was by the young entrepreneurs in Europe and Asia. And they were very particular. You had to be below 40 to contribute to the budget. If you're above 40, we don't want your money. What were they discussing? They were discussing the possibilities of opening up the market to a common market of Europe and Asia. They were discussing how energy can be made cheaper for micro and small and medium enterprises where young people have the majority of their employment. They were defining their future for the people that will come after them in a manner that does not allow the old people to feel neglected or burdened. What we have in Africa that we must solve is that, yes, we are a force as young people, and our numbers are scary. But when that force comes to our leaders, do they feel like we are allies in development, or we are a threat to their legitimate political interests? I think that it should be more a force of alliance, a force of people that can lead Africa forward. That when our presidents look at us, they see hope in the integration in the future. Not integration, that we are simply demanding things that will spend money and not contributing to things that can produce money to spend. I want to thank you, and I hope that we've triggered it enough, and we'll hear honest conversations here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother, Jacob. I'm so proud of you. We've been working together. He's growing in ranks, and this gives us certainly hope that the leadership for the Africa we want is being formed. And that leadership for the Africa we want is you, is us. And I would like certainly to re-echo that this session is not a mock parliament, it's just a conversation with our parliamentarians on how they see their role and how their role can be supportive for the youth agenda in the East African community. I also want to give the comfort, before I invite our chief guest, to the delegates that are coming from the rest of Africa, because everything seems to be contextually East African. But from here, we will go Africa. So we have invited you to just see what is happening in East Africa and take part. And later, as we get along, who knows, in a year or two, we will be in the SADC, we will be in the ECOWAS, we'll be in the Arab Maghreb, and we'll be in the African Union. And that is the vision of becoming a one young Africa. But it starts here. It begins here. Without taking so much of the time again, I want to just another time remind you and let you know that we are joined by 5 Rwandan members. Today we are joined by 4 members of parliament of Rwanda. Again, these are Honorable Ernest Kamanzi, Honorable Clarisse Imani Riho, Honorable Pierre Niyizeimana, and Honorable Pierre Clarisse Habiyaremye. Now, the ones who will be participating in the panel discussions, the rest are online, but they have appointed 2 representatives to actively participate in the conversation that is about to begin. And the ones that will be taking the microphone later, MP representing youth in the Rwandan National Assembly, and Honorable Clarisse Imani Riho, also MP representing youth in the Rwandan Parliament. They are online. Some of them will be switching on their videos, so we acknowledge their commitment because they have been with us every day of the sessions online, but quietly. They just follow, and today they will be making a contribution, which we certainly appreciate. Allow me now, chief guest, to give us is the Honorable Josephine S. Lomoyan. She's a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, senior member actually, very experienced. And today, the Speaker of the Parliament is on another regional duty. He hasn't been able to join us as earlier committed, but he has delegated her to represent him, and she very well fits in his shoes. We enjoy working with her, and therefore it's my honor to welcome you, Honorable Josephine, to talk to your people. Thank you very much.
I have been told that Kiswahili is now going to be taught in Sudan, South Sudan. In that regard, let me say jambo habari za asubuhi, karibuni Arusha, na karibuni Tanzania. I'm speaking here on behalf of the substantive speaker. So for the part of the substantive speaker, I'm going to read the speech. But I think I would also like to reflect a bit and to share with you what I have as previously a young woman and currently a grown-up lady. So dear honorable MPs from the Republic of South Sudan, honorable members of parliament from Rwanda who are joining us online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, oh, there is an MP from Uganda, the MPs from Uganda, excuse me, 5, excuse me. Do we have some from Kenya? The Tanzanians? Okay, so excuse me for that omission, but I recognize your presence. So, and the Right Honorable Ngoga Karoli Martin, the Speaker of EALA, I would like to register our thanks as a parliament. Daji Sodfa, ULEAD Summit Director, and yourself, Ivan, Heads of Programs and Partnership, MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, for having extended once again this officially open the Tubonge session. I wish to add that I'm equally impressed with the selection of session's name, East Africa Tubonge. I wonder whether you define what is Tubonga. You know what is Tubonga? Bonga. Bonga is about conversation, it's about talking, an informal way of talking. The talking that has people dressed up and so relaxed, reflective, and able to give genuine and really heartfelt conversation. So Bonga session, yes, this name gives us the possibility of being ourselves. This is a flagship project, I understand, to foster young leaders' legislative enlightenment and elected young political leaders' performance and cooperation enhancement among political representatives in East African community. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as East African integration widens and deepens, there's a growing need to bring you young people together so that you speak with the present and the future leaders in order to engage ourselves on issues pertinent to the regional integration. As you know, we are in the process at the moment of constituting the Constitution of East Africa and coming up with the framework for confederation. Recognizing that you are a crucial asset and important resource in social, economic, and political development of this community, the East African community has been undertaking various initiatives to promote continuous dialogues among the youth in order to incite their interests in advocating for regional integration. This is acknowledged by stakeholders in the East African community by the virtue of high youth population, as well as the fact that the future and the success of EAC integration rests with the present generation of you young people. Today, the young people who are here, the parliamentarians who are within the category of young under 40, will have a deep conversation in order to strengthen, firstly, the relationship between yourselves. To me, relationship is a very, very important thing. Without having a meaningful relationship, we up other side. To reflect a little bit on what we have in East African community in regard to the EAC youth policy, which aims at ensuring that the youth issues are reflected in all sectors of national development at both micro and macro level, within the public, the private sector, and the civil society. It reaffirms that youth are a distinct stakeholder group whose promote youth participation in democratic and decision-making processes, as well as in the community and civic affairs, while ensuring that programs are youth-centered. You cannot ignore 70% of the population. No way. The policy acknowledges the need for full engagement of young people in the EAC integration process in its vision statement, which says an integrated East African community where its youth are empowered to fully participate and benefit in all facets of the region's development. Dear guests, at EALA, we recognize the significance of young people's participation in driving the integration agenda. As mentioned in my previous remarks earlier this week, that to secure long-term development as a region, we must make real investments in training and employment of young people. I'll speak about it a little bit later. The Assembly is pushing to expedite the enactment of the East African Community Youth Bill, and you will be consulted. States to gather views about that particular bill. And the bill is now being scrutinized in the General Purpose Committee, as I said, and we are going to get a report during this session, assembly, which is going to start on Monday, and we'll give a feedback. We have to give a feedback to you so that you understand where we are. We are also pushing for finalization of creation of a national youth council in Tanzania. I understand all partner states have a youth council. South Sudan, you have a youth union, national youth union, which is equivalent to the youth councils. But in Tanzania, except for Zanzibar, on the mainland, we have to push for youth council, and we are going to make a follow-up on it. I encourage you to make use of the knowledge obtained in this forum to advocate for the space in shaping development agenda in your respective countries and at the regional level. I also encourage you to work on what you discuss in this forum and put them to action, to be action-oriented. We should not leave the conversation here, but we should make sure that what we got from here and put them into practice. Furthermore, I urge you to share the experiences and ideas gained during this summit with your peers back in your respective countries and encourage them to be active and exploit available opportunities in the region. I wish to inform and confirm to you that the Assembly will work closely with the East African Community Secretariat to lobby and to advocate for the needed resources from the partner states and development partners to address the needs and interests of young people in the EAC region. Before I conclude and say what the speaker wanted to say, or maybe I should say that this forum is officially open, I wish also to reflect a little bit. Now, these are my own thoughts. And I would like to, I don't know if the camera crew, I loved when the audience was part of the discussion. Yeah, it's a bit more participatory. But if it's okay, I can go and stand there. Yeah? Is it okay if I stand there? Yeah. All right. Am I disturbing you? Am I disturbing your group? I know that I won't have time to listen to your discussion later on because in the morning, yesterday, I was with Vijana Assembly. There is a mock assembly going on at the East African Community. It's one of our initiatives. Vijana Assembly is going on now. Yesterday, we elected the speaker, and today, two speakers. And one was a male and another one a female. Luckily, one was coming from Tanzania, and another one is coming from South Sudan. And South happy about it. So I was a bit busy with that. But then there is also the National National Debate Council that they want me to sit with them this afternoon, so I'll have to run away from here. And now I'm here with you, so you actually energize me, and I feel very good about it. I want to start with, is his name Paris? De Gasape SN. Your name is Paris, or is what? Paris. Perita. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if I call you Perry, it's okay. I want to congratulate Perry. Yeah? I think you have given us a number of lessons that we can learn from the initiative you have taken. That, yes, we can have homegrown products from Africa and East Africa. And these homegrown products are going to contribute, and they are contributing significantly to the creation of employment through. I don't know how you are going to help us in East African community, but I will encourage my colleagues back in the parliament that we speak to IUCEA. I don't know if you are engaging with IUCEA. Are you engaging with IUCEA? So IUCEA is the Inter-University Council of East Africa. The Inter-University Council of East Africa has an incubation program. They also have a department that deals with innovation. And I think you fit there quite well. And you can be a teacher like myself, mwalimu, to a number of students who are there at the innovation department. But you can also be a mwalimu to the trainers there who up until now have not discovered you and gotten you into their realms so that you can teach others. Yeah? Asante sana. I wanted to make that point very clear. But to go a little bit further with your innovation on COVID, I was speaking with Tanzania Private Sector Foundation some 1 year and 5 months ago when we started having COVID problems. And I say this is high time we engage young people to come up with digitized apps, the applications that will help our business people, especially in the markets, in the local markets, to be able to do trade even within the confines of lockdowns. And they thought that is far-fetched. I'm sure if I sit down with you, you are going to give me pointers on how to go about it, because it is very easy to use your knowledge and make people like the boda, you know, boda are motorbikes, motorbike riders, to become service providers and come up with a supply chain model whereby goods and services from our local markets are delivered to our different homes and schools and institutions, so on and so forth. And we continue to make money while we are locked down due to COVID. So congratulations and thank you very much for your inputs. If I go back to the issue of initiatives that you are taking as you lead, as I said, I was confused because your lead is taking is happening here for 1 week. Vijana Assembly came in the middle of the week, and then out there we have many other initiatives by the young people going on. and we don't know about them. So maybe what I can ask Ivan, come up with something that is going to make us understand what the young people are doing. In Kenya, I understand they have what they call National Bunge, Vijana Bunge, yeah? Vijana Bunge Association. It's very much equivalent to the National Bunge la Wananchi. Is that institutional independent? So maybe you're going to discuss about it. But look at all these initiatives. What are we doing? What are the civil society organization in our countries? What is it that they're doing to make sure that we are informed about the youth activities that are taking place all over the region, so that we are able to see how to harmonize, how to coordinate without destroying the energy that is within these different initiatives. I'm afraid that when you want to formalize issues, you actually kill them. So let's be very careful that we don't kill the initiatives by formalizing them, but we try to nurture them and make them grow and make them useful and make them practical and make them bear fruits. We want to pursue making democracy deliver for youths. You are talking of accountability here. And if you're talking about accountability, now I'm looking at MPs, I'm looking at the young people, you need to come up with a very serious framework for accountability. And that framework sometimes is threatening. It's threatening to the MPs themselves, who sometimes want to be gatekeepers, but it's also threatening for those who are within the seats of power, because they don't want to be disempowered, if I was to say that. But it is a very good initiative, making democracy work, but democracy needs to be nurtured. It has to be inclusive. It has to have the maturity of understanding that there could be their collaboration and cooperation within the framework and the context of democracy. Because we have also heard about where democracy has been tarnished and changed and captured, and it loses its meaning. And about the young people relating to EALA, we had promised the other group, the Vijana Bunge, and this is a promise to all, with the Secretary General's Department issues relating to the young people and the youths. But most importantly, because they're also working with the Council of Ministers on these issues, all your issues are going to be reported, and we're going to make sure that the Council of Ministers understand and they get to know what you're doing. And in that regard, we can get issues that we can table in the House and steer the process of making sure that the young people's agenda is taken up within the council. But last but not least, our process going on, the process of making the East African Community Constitution. Please be part of it, because if that is the future you want, you have to be in the. I thank you very much. 70% of the population of East African Community, you cannot be ignored. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. I will hand over to Kaze soon, but I feel the urge to invite the heads of delegations who are online and here to say one or two words before you take over. So let me start with my brother, Honorable Court, just in a minute, and the head of delegation from South Sudan, members of parliament, and then the head of delegation from Rwanda, who is online, just to give a few opening remarks on how the insights, how they see this session important, and then you can take the message to the speaker.
The representative of the Speaker, all delegates in your respective capacities. I salute all of you. I take recognition of the members of parliament who are present here. The members of parliament from Uganda, my colleagues. The members of parliament from South Sudan. The ones from Rwanda who are online. Our Kenyan and Tanzanian comrades. My name is Boniface Okot, a member of parliament from Uganda. The question today is that why is this session where we're talking you'll realize that the median age for Africa is 20 years. The median age for African leaders is 62 years. So who is speaking for the young people in these spaces? In my opinion, this is justification enough for us to representation of young people at all levels. Secondly, I would like to illustrate from a Ugandan perspective why youth representation is important. For that reason, I'll request just 4 delegates who are not members of parliament to come in front here, very briefly. 4 delegates. From anywhere, from East Africa, as long as you're, or even you can stand here in a line. Gender? Yes. We need a lady. Okay, yeah, is this gender sensitive? All right, fine. I'm safe now. Not county sensitive. We shall discuss that. Now, these 4 people, because this was the Ugandan situation, before we had youth representation. Here, these are representatives at different administrative levels. My brother here is going to represent the president. So I'll request him to, or I should give presidency to a lady? Okay. So the lady here is the president of an East African country. The ladies are not clapping for her. Okay, thank you. In our Ugandan context, the line ministry for the youth is the Ministry for Gender, Labor, and Social Development. So my good friend here is going to represent the Minister for Gender, Labor, and Social Development. And he looks like the one of my country. My good sister here is going to represent. You want her to represent finance? Okay. I'm going to excuse you a bit. Just stand on the side, the 3 of you. Now, my brother here is going to represent the bulk of the youth, okay, in that country. There is something called the national cake. I know there's been a discussion on budgets and how we can make youth leadership meaningful. I'm going to use this book here to represent the custody of the president, the cabinet, because, yes, They are now going to do the distribution. And I want us to see how this distribution of the national cake will eventually trickle down to the young person here. This is a representation of the youth in politics, the youth in business, and so on. So I want you to be a bit distant. Okay, there. Then the president and the minister, just come close here. So initially what would happen is that we'd have budgetary allocation. So this is going to be broken so that it can get to the common youth. So, Madam President, you can offer this, because there will be a portion given to the Ministry of Gender so that it can trickle. So I want you to offer to the minister. You can even speak to him and warn him about corruption.
Awesome. Your Excellency, Honorable, this is the fund. You can pass it around. And please, we want accountability. We don't want corruption. So as a man of integrity, I believe that you are assigned this task and you would do accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. President.
He has already baptized her Miss President. These are blessings that you're getting from you, lead. The next time when now okay, baptized. Now the allocation is here with the minister. I want this now to reach to the common youth, but I don't want you to move. Pass it on from where you are. Is it possible? Not move. Is it possible? You try. Can he receive it? He cannot receive it. Why? Because there is a gap here. So what happened? Sat like we are seated here today and noticed that there was a need to include the young people here to fill up this gap. So I'll request my brother Otto, who is also one of the very powerful youth leaders in Uganda. You can see from the way he's walking that he's very powerful. So this is now a representation of the youth leaders. Just come close. So I'll now in the Ugandan context, under this youth leadership, very many levels. We have the youth members of parliament who are 5. We have the youth council. Every political party has a youth wing. We have youth councillors. And in all these positions, there is gender sensitivity. So the numbers are close to 1 million youth leaders who have positions in Uganda. About 1 million youth. A person who can rise up in a meeting and he says, I'm a youth representative for this place. I am a youth representative in the NRM political party. They're about 1 million. So this is where they are. Now, I want him to face behind. Because the next level of the problem, the first problem was that we didn't have representation at all. The next level was that, is this representation meaningful? Because it's also useless for us to have youth leaders who are simply holding these positions and doing nothing for the youth. Now, by him looking behind, he is representing the youth leaders who do not even give a damn to the issues of the young people, okay? So let's continue. Now, this is the minister now. He still wants to give this allocation and channel it through the youth leaders. I want you to try channeling this support to this common youth through him. But Focus in front. Now, the reason why I want them to look in front is that they are showing progress, okay? That we are moving forward. His standing behind is that there is retrogression. People who don't care about the youth, they are holding their positions, but they are not. Okay, honor their interests. The minute you turn behind, you're also being retrogressive. So focus ahead and let him try. Can he receive? He cannot. Why? Because he's busy pushing for his own youth. I want him now to turn and face in front. Madam Karibu, sorry, I didn't forget about you. So the two of them are going to represent youth leaders. I'm only being gender sensitive here. Because in Uganda we usually have that. So now they are looking in front. And to him, now the common youth. So this is what we are talking about here. In all this representation of the youth, can we make it meaningful? Much as we are pushing for the numbers. So this is what we want. Thank you very much. My commitment on behalf of the Ugandan delegation is that a lot has been shared in the time that you've been here. We also know that the East African community itself has a policy for the youth with about 14 strategic priorities. We are interested in pushing this agenda, Mr. Ivan. We want to listen to the concerns of our young people here, and then we'll use the platform of parliament. In Uganda, our youth parliamentarians have 4 core roles, responsibilities, and one is representation of the youth. Can we pick their issues and then have it on the floor of parliament so that there is action? The second one is legislation. We have all these policies of the young people. Are these policies still working for the young people? My honorable colleagues here are commenting, and I appreciate. Thirdly, is budgetary appropriation and approvals. Because as members of parliament, we are also on the table discussing the budget. And these budgets must reflect the youth-centeredness of the projects that we want. And then finally, is oversight of government programs. So our commitment, we believe that there is nothing for the youth without the youth. So let's push this agenda together, especially the integration of East Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother, Honorable Court. I would love to invite the head of delegation of our lovely members of parliament from the Republic of South Sudan to also did it. Eh? If Okot can did it, eh? Eh? If Uganda can did it, eh? South Sudan can also, and Rwanda can also, and Kenya can also, and Tanzania can also, and Burundi can also, and we can all. Thank you, Karibu South Sudan.
Thank you, Mr. Ivan. I would love to say my greeting in Arabic. Salam alaikum. Habari. Okay. The representative of the Right Honorable Speaker of the Eastern African Legislative Assembly, Mwalimu. She referred to be called Malimu. We met with her yesterday, and I agreed. The word of Malimu, if you read the Bible, is the more powerful word to be a Mwalimu. Thank you, Mr. Ivan. And I want to pick from where my colleague stopped, Honorable Okot from UG. Uganda and South Sudan, they're almost one country, neighboring country, sharing a lot of things, border, experience, and everything. As a young parliamentarian from South Sudan, we are representing in this current parliament. We have parliament under the agreement. For those who knows the history of South Sudan, we are parliament under agreement, an interim parliament, not elected parliament. Our parliament is appointed recently based on the resolution of the agreement that was signed in Addis Ababa, and some negotiation took place here in Arusha. In the current parliament, we have 35 MPs, below 40, and some of them are here. For us, South Sudanese, the reason why we engage a lot of young parliamentarians in politics, few reasons I have to mention. One, we are coming from different tribes. In South Sudan, we have 64 tribes. We speak different language. And for those tribes to see themselves in that mirror of the government, they must have representative in the national government, which is parliament. And for other reasons, the war that is happening in South Sudan, whether it is a political war and other wars, most of the war have been motivated by young people. And for you to convince the grassroots that life is not about war, you must have their representative to talk to them. It is not everybody in charge, but the people who represent you in your local community are the people to convene you. Those who came through elections and those who came through appointment. And if you see South Sudan peace in implementing now, the youth have played a big role to convene their constituency, where the population of the constituency, 70% of our population in South Sudan are youth. And it is these young parliamentarians that have played a big role for South Sudan to have peace and stability as we speak. I will also take from the point of Mr. Even, the issue of quality and quantity. And I think as an African youth, we should really speak about quantity and qualities, because we are advocating for more people to come to the politics with the big numbers, and we have no agenda to achieve. And that brings me to our discussion yesterday as young parliamentarian from South Sudan, with the acting speaker and the secretary general of EAC. As an African parliamentarian, we have to have a body for young parliamentarians represent the region, the Eastern Africa, to speak one voice, the issues that are affecting the region, affecting South Sudan, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and Burundi. And that body, we suggest, should be formed as soon as possible for young parliamentarians. Not only we meet in ULEAG. ULEAG is accommodate everybody, even those who are non-parliamentarian, but for us as a parliamentarian from the region, as young parliamentarians, it will depend on the age limit that we will agree later. We need to have a body for young parliamentarian that will really participate on the issue of young parliamentarian. And also I wanted to take on the point of Honorable Nyeriga, the example that she gave for the history about giving the right information in the right time to the right person. It matters. As we speak here, a person was making representation from Uganda, a young youth, and he was saying, surely it is not fair as we sit here for 5 days and our leaders have really not shown interest of giving us 5 minutes just to say hello to this African youth that they represent them, and which they represent us also as the head of a state. But also some point, it's like some may not get information on right time with the right person. For example, we in South Sudan, just 15 minutes ago, I was chatting with our minister in the office of the president, whether our president will come and address, he's supposed to address, but he's like, things have not been sent in a way that they expect them to be received. I wanted to bring this to the point that coordination matters with the people that will make others also accountable. For us as a parliamentarian, if the invitation of the president could come through us, at least we will be able to know why our president is not addressing this important gathering. So I'm also encouraging on the issue of giving information to the right person in the right time. I think I'll stop from here. Also, at South Sudan, we have not yet have youth ambassador, in which we wanted to see South Sudan having youth ambassadors as soon as possible. And thank you, ULEAD. And I think the ULEAD should remain ULEAD. Somebody said we as you use, but you lead, I lead. It make a lot of sense. More than you, but you lead. The word of you lead, it make more sense. Thank you, Mr. Event. And next time we wish this event, sorry. Next time we wish this thing should be hosted in other countries, not only in Arusha, should be hosted in Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan. Yeah, the venue of ULEAD conference should not only be in Arusha, should be also in other Eastern Africa. Okay, for the purpose of record, they say I did not say my name. I'm Nyayang Johnson Logrik. I'm an MP for South Sudan. I head the delegation of South Sudan with 22 MPs. This is the most huge delegation invitation of South Sudan, leading the most bigger delegation. Asante.
Thank you. Before I invite our comrades from Rwanda who are online to also did it, there are 2 or 3 things she has just touched, which I feel we should clarify or give some guidance on how we are thinking about it so that you incorporate in the conversation that is about to unfold. The first one is around the rotation. Let me start from the end to the start. The rotation of the summit. This is something you can also discuss in this session, and if you agree that it's a good idea for the caravan, the summit to move in a caravan. This year it is in Tanzania, next year is in Kigali, next year is in Kampala. So discuss it, okay? And I will table it, I promise I will defend it, whatever you agree. Okay, number 2, the issue of some leaders not showing up and others showing up. I want to clarify how we coordinate so that you know where to take the card of demand. We have a cooperation agreement to host the ULEAD Secretariat together with the East African Community Secretariat. So it is our center here where you are, and the ESC Secretariat responsible for making ULEAD work. And in this agreement, we have the responsibility of finding resources together with the support of the Secretary General, but we coordinate resource mobilization as a lead. We also lead on inviting young leaders of all walks and speakers that make sense for the theme of the year. The ESC Secretariat is responsible for coordinating and inviting ESC partner states. And true to their role and mandate, they did it. How it is done, I draft all the letters myself and I share them with the Secretary General's team, and he looks at them and signs them, and they are dispatched through the Ministry of East African Affairs of each country. Those point of contacts are officially delegated by your government at home. What they do with them is a history you can go and ask. And that's what has happened. So on our side, we have done all we could. The way you said, even 15 minutes ago, a half an hour ago, I was looking for them to check, but there is no response up to now. So we can go back and trace and see what happened, but they have 3 months up for 3 months, and whoever has not responded, it's not a problem in the headquarters. It's a problem at home for each of the countries. So we can diagnose and support for it to be better next time. But no blame game. I know all the leaders are committed, but the communication and coordination was probably a challenge, but we need to find why was it a challenge and then address it for the next ones. The last one I wanted to comment on is the forum, the framework for bringing together parliamentarians at the East African level. That is something we need to take seriously in this conversation. And we have been toiling around ideas, even me and her, that just this morning in the debrief. We are looking at, some people are saying they have East African youth parliament, but where is validation, things like that? What happens to the other real members of parliament? We are discussing all this. But what we have so far agreed to sell to you is an idea that will not confuse anyone. An idea that we will not need a legal validation. Something like, when you look at Tanzania, they have a Young Parliamentarians Association. Then in Uganda, they have a parliamentary forum on youth affairs. I'm not sure about the other countries, but I'm thinking that in this meeting, in this session, we can agree on a frame and a name. And we are proposing something that remains clear, just for coordinational purposes. And as a secretariat, we are willing to support the formation and the secretarial work that may be needed if we agree on such a framework in this conversation. And we would call it probably something like East African or ESC. Let's just also remain clear that at the moment we are ESC, maybe ESC, Young Parliamentary Affair, Forum on Youth Affairs or something like this, but you can discuss and we agree on a name and we are committed, and with her support, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly is also going to own it, and then we will be supportive. When you need to meet, we can find resources to make that happen. We can do research on youth affairs for you to take outcomes of these research initiatives as things to discuss in the assemblies and things like that and things like that. We can mobilize resources to support the entrepreneurs like the gentleman who was talking. As parliamentarians, let's also initiate solutions. We are struggling with an East African Youth Enterprise Award, Acceleration Award. This is something the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs at the regional level can pick up as their initiative and promote and support. So with these few additions to my dear sister, deeding it, allow me to to check if my comrade from Rwanda is ready to also deed it. Tech team, can you open the mic? And also, if possible, a video of the person speaking. And after this, I will shut up and invite the boss lady, Kazeneza. I hope you are near. Yeah. We don't know who will be speaking. If you might switch on your video and just give us a few words, that would be very, very appreciated. And then we open the forum.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Kamaz Ernest, Member of Parliament representing the youth in the Parliament of Rwanda. Good morning to everyone. It is a great pleasure to be with you in this important forum of young people of East African countries. I had a delegation of 5 parliamentarians from Rwandan Parliament. Thank you so much for inviting us as a member of Parliament representing the Parliament of Rwanda. We are so happy to join this summit. I'm very sorry to share the video is very difficult due to the ICT problems. In Rwanda, we have the government where the administration cares deeply about young people. In Rwanda, young people matter. In Rwanda, we have very good policy for the youth, and we have the law governing the youth in Rwanda. In that law, the youth are between 16 and 30 years old. And also we have a National Council representation from national level to village level. And also we have 2 members of parliament representing the youth in Parliament of Rwanda. As a member of parliament, we have to make oversight of the government program and government policies. We have a standing committee in the Chamber of Deputies in charge of the youth, education, and ICT affairs. And also, we saw the ownership of the young generation in every domain of the country. They are taking a lead, and they want to take the country higher than where we are now. As young people, we must take responsibilities in every area of the countries. Young people can take advantage on civic education, digital spaces, and business opportunities that we have in our countries. We are a part of the development process of our countries. Our voice as young people do matter to all citizens. As young people, we should focus on Africa we want. We want Africa where there is inclusion, participation of every citizen, especially young people. Africa is the home. We have to work very hard to develop our countries. As young people of East Africa, we have a full potential, energy, skills, talents, and we're positioned to take a lead of our country's transformation. Next generation is our generation. It is our time to take a lead. As young people in Rwanda, first we have to focus to deal with the mindset of young people. The mindset says that with my skills, with my knowledge, I can make a change. I can start a small business. And also we should work together as young of East African countries. We have to increase cross-border trade within the African countries, especially in East African countries. We need a transformation basing on the effort of the young people. Thank you so much. And also, again, thank you for organizers of this very important summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honorable members of parliament, and those in absentia. I know that UNID is trying to do for young people in the region. It's just that coordination doesn't work the same way in every country, but we are all together. And this conversation and its outcomes are going to be a source of better coordination to include everyone in the next round of the conversations, especially once we agree on a framework. Now, with this preamble and curtain raisers, let me invite Kaze to take over and open the conversation to all of us.
Members of Parliament, my mwalimu, and others. Kenya, and I wanted to share with you. Kenya is going to have election next year in 2022. And the team of Action Aid Kenya is working on something called Run for Office. And one of their staff members is going to run for office as a senator of a county called Vihiga. Where is Majani? Tyson Majani, where are you? He's running. I am, He's coming. You see, he's organizing his campaign. So before he comes, while he's coming, I want to invite the person who is leading Run for Office in Kenya, which is Miss Wilkista Oduma. She will tell us what they do. They are trying to invite more young people from Kenya to join. So she will tell us what they do and then hand over to Majani to tell us how has his journey started, how is it going, how does he feel. Do you feel supported? Are these young people from Kenya supporting you enough? That's good. Yeah, so Wilkista will take over and hand over to him, and then we will continue.
All right, thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Aduma Wilkista. I'm from Kenya. I work for ActionAid, but there's something our executive director told us at ActionAid that stuck with me. She asked us, because we work with people living in poverty and exclusion, the question was whether we had anything we were doing on the side or just putting poverty in our pockets. It's not very fun. I started a campaign called Run for Office in Kenya. And just before I introduce it, I'd ask Sebastian to just play the clips that I shared with him. They're very short, so enjoy. By a show of hands, how many are running for office? Except the members of parliament present with us, obviously. How many young people are running for office or are interested to run for office in their countries? Yay, raise your hand up. It's good to see you from Kenya. The other country? Sorry? You don't have elections? In 20? Yeah, by now you should start planning towards running for office. Yeah. Yeah.
Run for Office is a national campaign in Kenya that is partnering with young people to capacity build them in various ways and to come up with winning campaign strategies. Run for Office is looking to partner with young people who believe in their ability and are merited to run for office, to win and lead. Vijana, ni wakati wetu. Kujeni tuwanie viti.
There's a second video that is myself introducing the campaign and just inspiring young people to show up and run for office. So what we do, as I said, is we capacity build young people to run for office, and capacity is based on the gaps that the young people have. So Majani here was running for Vihiga, would probably have a different gap. So this is Wanjiko Thiga.
Run for Office is a national campaign.
The next video is Wanjiko Thiga. She's running for member of county assembly in a ward called Theta. And let's listen to her.
I am Wanjiko Wathiga and I am running for office. My community has been disempowered for a long while, from access to basic human rights, such as access to clean water, is to represent my community in decision-making tables, in sharing of resources, and implementation and influencing policies that will spur development and growth. Beoljode, ihidani hito.
Sebastian, I don't know whether you are able to download Daniel Orogo. Okay, I'm saying that to be safe because it's two ladies who spoke, and I know I'll be asked about gender. So just for the record, there was another video. He wasn't just able to download it. So Run for Office is a national campaign, as mentioned, in Kenya currently. And we are working with young people to get them to run for different offices. The inspiration for this particular initiative came from my experience working in a political party and also my experience attempting to run for office. I volunteered for a political party when I was in my first year at the university. And I took evening classes. So during the day, I'd work for a political party the whole day. Those from Kenya know Labour Party of Kenya. It's led by Professor Dr. Julia Jambo. And that is where I got my experience in terms of how political parties operate. And God's grace, I was able to become the executive director at some point. And I resigned. In the 2017 elections, I worked for Dr. Ekura Okot. He was running for president in Kenya. He's Kenyan, he's not South Sudanese. Yeah, he was running for president in Kenya, and also there gave me a lot of experience in terms of working with young people, working in campaigns. So this campaign is to get as many young people as possible in Kenya to run for office. Whether we can support them directly or not, we hope that one person or two people get inspired to run for office. And also because I have this platform and I'm speaking for them, the top challenges they have, which Majani will also share, is one, credibility for young people. Society doesn't believe that a young person is a leader yet. We look at young people as lesser leaders. Even when they hold positions, we feel that their mistakes cannot be made publicly and they need to be whipped for, publicly making some errors. So as you can see in the video that Thiga was in, do you believe she's a leader? She has portrayed herself as one, right? That is Run for Office's work. Therefore, there's no doubt as to her merit in terms of the political seat she's running for. There's no doubt as to her ability to actually run for that seat and win. And that is exactly why we are working with young people. The other thing is resources is a big issue. And I know this is shared across board, even for the seasoned politicians. And because I have this platform, if you go online and check Run for Office, you can see the candidates that we are working with in Kenya, and more are still joining. Also today, we were privileged. For the very first time in Kenya, we have young people gracing the front page of the Daily Nation. And it's not Raila. Young people, the big pictures you see there, those are young people running for president, senators, governors, members of parliament, and members of county assembly. So in case you haven't read the newspaper today from Kenya, this is what we have. And it's a partnership of Run for Office and a very good friend called Nerima Wako to push, to even change the narrative, to have young people be seen in, the political discussions of the day in the country. Asante.
Thank you. The Majani, who is vying for the Senate seat in Vihiga County, one of the counties in Kenya, in western part of the country. And currently there is a wave in Kenya where young people believe this is the time for them to take leadership. And they believe it is the time to change the narrative in how Kenyans conduct their politics. And in Kenya, we have an opportunity where the Constitution allows you to vie as an independent candidate. If you feel the political parties that exist do not align with your aspirations, your values, you have a chance to vie as an independent candidate. In the last election that we had in 2017, we had one of the highest turnout of independent candidates who were elected to serve from the county level to the national level. We've had by-elections just a few months ago, and the candidates who are carrying the day in most of those elections are also independent candidates. I am one of those people who believe that the current political formations in Kenya do not represent the aspirations of the Kenyan people. And I'm vying as an independent candidate for the Senate seat in Vihiga County. And I believe the Kenyan voter is also looking for a middle ground. Candidates who are not elected to represent their party poses, but candidates who and priorities of the people who have elected them. So I'm looking for your support, not only in Kenya, and I believe this is a movement whose time has come. It's not only in Kenya, but across the East African region. It is a youth movement, and it is a youth moment, which I believe will be able to escalate to other East African countries and Africa at large.
Don't go, Majani. I am reminded we have an associate member of Run for Office, Muisio Musila. Please join us. He's running for member of County Assembly for Lindi Ward. And probably just for him to say a bit. He's been entertaining guys here, right? The energy.
Thank you very much, Wilkista. Good afternoon. So I'm Muisio Musila. You must have known that from day one when I was here. And I'm also Chinaman, the MC that has been with you in the cultural night event and even yesterday in the other discussion. Like Tyson Majani and like Wilkista has introduced Run for Office, I'm from the background of human rights defense. And what human rights defenders do is, because we are woke and conscious, we always want to contend from overside, the other side of the fence. So I am running for office to offer the alternative that we've always pointed out from the other side in the same leadership. And that is what I'm going to offer the people of Lindi Ward, Kibra Sub-County, and that is Nairobi County. Because if we don't do this, we will continue complaining and offering no solution. And as young people, we are reminded to add value, and that is what we're going to do. Thank you very much for listening. And like Madani said, we are asking every one of you from whatever angle, from whatever aspect, to support young people who are running for office to offer the solution that we've always talked about. Thank you very much.
All right. Seeing as I am helping them, what we are doing is we are providing value addition. And I'd like to appeal to us here right now that whatever support you can give to these two gentlemen in terms of their running for office, it doesn't matter whether you can design their graphics for them. It doesn't matter whether you can print 2 posters, 50 posters, 20,000 posters. Please support these gentlemen to run for office, and not to run so that they threaten people that they can run, but to run, to win, and to lead. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kazeneza, back to you.
That's what we like to hear. That we are just not supporting them with words, but we can also support them with what? Actions. Yes, thank you very much. So, I have one more person from Uganda. Where is David Nyaribi? He was seated somewhere here. Ambassador. I think he went to take tea. Yes, ambassador for possibility.
Thank you very much, Kazeneza, and everyone that has spoken before me, the MPs, South Sudan and Uganda, and of course, ultimately, the representative of the Speaker of IALA, and everyone that is here today in your different capacities. Protocol is profoundly observed. I am here very briefly to talk about the topic of the day, the participation of youth in politics. But I'm known by the name of Nyaribi David. I am also known as the Ambassador of Possibilities. I always intend to speak to inspire, empower, and motivate. I work with ActionAid International Uganda under the Global Platform as a leadership and governance trainer. By training, I'm a political economist. I've studied politics and economics, but I've also had the privilege and the opportunity to participate at the different levels in Uganda. As a person that has run at a youth council level, I have also been a leader in the university structures, so politics within the university. But then I've also had a privilege to be an observer in the national election. I actually was in Gulu to observe as Honorable Boniface Okot was being elected into office. So I was able to observe, and I can confirm that he genuinely won the election. Yes, so when we talk about politics, I will give Ugandan context mainly, but also a little bit of comparison with what I have studied as a researcher from Kenya and Tanzania. So when we talk about a young person in politics, there are different levels and categories through which they will participate meaningfully or otherwise. So they can be a candidate, which we are now encouraging, just like my sister from Kenya has a campaign to encourage the young people to run for office. For those that do not intend to run, they can also still contribute by supporting those that they believe in, that they think they will move the agenda and move the country and the society and the community forward. But then they can also perform a role of being observers to make sure that the process of elections is transparent, is fair, and credible, like we always call out for it to be. But even after that, there is also a role that young people can play, because elections can bring a lot of joy, but sometimes can also bring a lot of sadness and division. So young people, like we were talking about peace and conflict transformation and resolution, young people can also purpose and directly focus on helping society and the players and the people that have gone through an electoral process to come together again and move their agenda, because the divisions can be so big that people can not move together. So my experience, first of all, I want to say that we are not at a very good level in terms of the political stage for young people, because politics across the countries within East Africa, but also Africa in general, and I'm speaking from a research angle, it has started, and in some other places already gone to a very high level of being commercialized, where as a young person, you actually need a lot of resources to be able to meaningfully in quotes, because surely I put it in quotes because it shouldn't really be that you need a lot of money to meaningfully participate, but that is what the current status calls for. So you calculate the cost a young person should inject or invest in an electoral process, and for most of the young people, it puts them out automatically. So this is an area where in Uganda we have tried to do some advocacy, but we want to continue. And through the post-ULEAD agenda that we are setting up, one of the things is to really advocate to make it possible for young people, even just at the entry level of nomination fees. Before you even talk about the posters and the fuel you need to move around, for example, for Honorable Court to be Youth Member of Parliament for the Northern Region, he has to traverse so many districts. You know, it is actually more demanding than a constituency Member of Parliament where you are concentrating on one constituency for a young person to come through. But we appreciate that at least eventually they come through. So the cost is really a very big challenge. In Uganda, this is a bit sensitive, but I have to say it because I'm a bold person. It is also not very easy for young people to compete who have alternative views away from the party in office. And we are talking to the party in office, and because today it can be that particular party in office, and tomorrow it will be another party. So what we are talking about is, let us accommodate each other. Because person in the council structures, I actually ran on a party that is not in office, and the hurdles that I faced, because I was vying in a rural area. I come from eastern Uganda in a constituency called Bungoko. So I went to Bungoko and convinced my young people and all this, but even just to get stamps for the documents for you to proceed in the levels of registrars at the Electoral Commission, I looked like an outcast. And yet, to a good level, I am a good person in the community because I play football for the village. I do all these things. Yes. The processes should be a little easier because I've also tried to do some work there. I attend and commiserate with those who have lost their loved ones. If there is a community initiative, I participate. So I thought my process would be easy. But just because I was not in the party of the day, it became very difficult for me. But still, I have served away from of course, I didn't get the position, but I have tried to serve otherwise. So as a young person, you can go through that as well. And I am happy that at ULEAD, we have talked about collaboration, we have talked about advocacy and lobbying without violence, peaceful. Because it is very possible that you can lose a leg in the process, you can get hurt in any other way. So we are saying that young people should participate. But I will also say this, from after interacting with a number of political players, including those in the government of the day and those who are not, we have discovered that it is important. I know not everybody maybe will get there, but it is important for a young person, if you have political ambitions, to identify a political party, or if you have the means to create your own party. Yes, it is true that some young people can come through as independents, but the hurdle is bigger. And then also I have discovered, because the gentleman, one of the political players in Uganda that actually spoke to us and encouraged us and gave us, of course we don't just take it as gospel truth, we go and reflect and ask ourselves whether it works. Is a gentleman who is still active in the politics there, though of course he has run for the top office many times and not got it, but he's good. He helps us to think better. He's called Norbert Mao, and he belongs to the Democratic Party. That's not the party I ascribe to, but I listen to all the people who can give some wisdom. So he told us that if you do not have a political party, he likened it to a person that is walking in the middle of the road. You easily get knocked, or you don't know where exactly you should fall. But the reason I advocate for young people to join political parties or create their own political parties, it's because within the political structure, even with all the ills and the challenges that might be in there, it helps to nurture you. You understand what to take on and what to avoid. So it is important. I know you can really look through the political parties within your country and see one that aligns very much with your values, with your principles, and the kind of country that you want to have or the community. Then you can align. And if it has challenges, then you work to make it better. Yes, but if you have the means and you can organize yourself, you have support from the fellow young people, then you can be able to start your own political party, or at least run a campaign that will push the youth agenda forward. As I conclude, I know we don't have a lot of time. I will encourage, because I've been on the political stage and seen that at times we actually don't support our fellow young people. You know? Yet in politics, there is what we call loyal support, already the low-hanging fruits. I believe that when I'm a young person and I am running for office, the low-hanging fruits of votes, if I may call, it should be the young people. It should be easy to mobilize and to gather support, because the ideas that I'm championing should be easy to resonate with you. So let's support fellow young people. I've seen situations even where young ladies are fighting each other, even in the university politics. Say, this lady is vying, I am not going to support her. Then you ask for the reason for not supporting her, and it's not clear. You know? So in such a situation, it becomes extremely, very, very difficult. But that's the picture that I can paint. Thank you very much. I will say that as an ambassador of possibilities, tell you that it is possible. And if you want to vie for office, get into the processes right away. And certainly, we always finish and say that pana nia, pana njia. Where there is a will, there is a way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Ambassador of Possibilities. I knew him just about ambassador. Now I know he's an ambassador of possibilities. So I will request Honorable Peter Lomute. I hope I didn't. Lomude. Yes. Honorable, you have listened to these young people. What would you say?
Well, thank you very much. I should start with the representative of the Speaker of Yala, honorable members of Parliament from the member states of East African Community, my brothers and sisters. My name is Peter Lomude Francis, a member of Parliament from the Transitional Legislative Assembly of South Sudan. I think it's an opportunity to be in this forum to share my experience with my fellow brothers and sisters in the journey of an Africa that we wish to see. I started politics from a very younger age when I was studying in a school under a tree in an Africa. All of you are aware that Sudan had the longest civil war in Africa. And I happened to be one of the people who got an opportunity to study under tree. And from that time, my primary one under tree in the bush, my teacher, I was given an opportunity, being a younger person in the class, I was given an opportunity to be the class monitor. And that explained back how I started politics. So this continued up to secondary level, where I've been serving. Any school where I go, I will always be in the leadership of the school. And I decided to join a political party. And within this party, I got an opportunity. South Sudan got an independence in 2011. That was after an agreement that was negotiated in Nairobi, the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. Our independence in 2011, a cycle of violence also happened in 2013, That was now between South Sudanese themselves. So I happens to be the only younger person who got my way to Addis during the negotiation of the peace agreement through the party. So from the party, that was where we managed to start pushing for the question of youth participation and representation in the governance. And again, a cycle of crisis happened, the turmoil in 2016. We managed to negotiate ourselves also in 2018 peace agreement. That was negotiated and brokered by the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. And it was this agreement that all of us, if you see these young people, they did not come through election. I think a number of my colleagues, they talked about it. We came through an agreement, and we play a role to ensure that we negotiate ourselves in order to start the process of reforming in our country, and to start also ensuring that the issues that we want to see, affecting the young people are addressed. Now, to take my commitment, I think it's very important. There was a question that was raised, and I'm happy that the representative of the speaker is around. I want to take two important commitments that next time when we come here, we will be able to review how far we have gone. In our country, the question of budgetary to do with the issues, empowering youths. We have a budget that is yet to come to Parliament very soon because it is delayed because the structures, the committees are yet to be operationalized. So in the allocation of the budget, we want to ensure that there is one provision in the agreement that we are implementing. It talks about Youth Enterprise Development Fund. So we want to ensure that we push to ensure that sufficient allocation is made for the youth to be able to engage in entrepreneurial activities. That is a commitment. This is one. The second commitment is one of also the tasks that we are to do within the transitional period. Permanent constitutional making process. And I think it is one of the most important platforms that number of the challenges that the young people continue to undergo can also be addressed. So we will be mobilizing the young people across the country to ensure that some of the issues and the problems that the youth are facing should be addressed. It cannot be called a good constitution if it does not address the problems of the people. So we want to ensure that when we get to the process of making a permanent constitution for our country, some of the cross-cutting issues that are happening, we need to ensure that we address some of our problems through the law. And one of my friends told me, a very important thing that I feel that I should share with you here, that if you do what you have always done, you will get what you always got. That is for all of us, and I think it calls us that we should change the way we do things. We should change the approach. If we try a different approach, it's not working, then let's see what is suitable. We should see what is suitable for us. And the last thing that I should conclude with is the issue of policies and the laws that should be more favorable to the young people. Of course, we have a policy called a youth development policy. That is a bill. It is soon to go to Parliament. We will ensure that incorporated in that law, and it should reflect what they want. Thank you.
So I like one thing about what he said. If we keep doing the same to give result and we are keep repeating and not have anything, let's be innovative. And innovation, by the way, is not just about technology. It's also about what we do every day. Try to be creative. I think in 2017, there was this guy who won a seat in Kenya. And he was a student from the University of Nairobi. The guy had just one thing, a bike. He was just doing campaign door to door with his bike, no money. And he won. So let's try to learn new forms and we do something in a new way. I just want to ask if the team is, can we get the ULEAD song? People need to stretch. Can we get the ULEAD song? End up.
tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Comptons Africa. Mauritanie, Bonne, Yahé, bonjour,
from country to country, yeah. Together we are leaders now, aiming high for the better. Together to make our nations great.
Yes. So, now I am a bit yes. There is COVID test going on for people who haven't done it, and they are leaving Sunday. If you know you need to do COVID test, there is room Uganda just to go. But if you have also finished, please come back. David, help me to get back people who have finished. So, I was saying I'm a bit conflicted because I know our honorables will be leaving after 2. Tomorrow. No, I mean, in the session. At 2. The way we wanted you to stay here the whole day with us. So I am a bit conflicted because I wanted to hear their experiences before they leave. But I wanted to mix your experiences with young people experiences. But we will try at least to do 1-1 so that maybe when you are not here, we will stay with young people and finish up. So We were supposed to talk about business. I don't know if my speaker is here. I think it's him. One young is Ismail Suleiman? Yes. Yesterday I asked him, how should I call you? He said, just write Ismail B. He does business of bees. Yes, he's from Tanzania. Very quiet man, but I'm sure he will have a lot of things to share with us. Yes. So Ismail, 10 minutes is okay?
Okay.
Between 7 and 10, not more. And then we will have, let me see. My Ugandan MPs might be a bit bored. We will have to engage one of you after him. Who is going to speak something on business? Mr. B.
Okay, thank you. May I go there?
Hello, East Africa. Good afternoon, all of you. Honorable delegates from most countries of Africa and representative of member of parliament of some countries. I take this gratitude moderators of this summit to give me the biggest chance to tell people about bees. Basically, my name is Ismail Selman, but most of the people, they gave me a nickname of Ismail B. So today I'm going to tell you why they call me Ismail B. Firstly, before to say anything, I would like to inform you the world, Africa, East Africa, and Tanzania. I am Tanzanian about bee. Potentially, the world depends on bee more than 90%. Who know this before I'm talking about this? Also, some scientists said that if bees disappeared on the surface of the earth, the world will be no more than 4 years to survive. So bees and other pollinators are mostly important to be protected. So myself, in my country, I ran a lot of campaign to save pollinators and to save the bees. So that professionally, I am bee and food scientist by profession, and I graduated my first degree at University of Dar es Salaam, beekeeping, science, and technology. So, before I talk anything, bees, they are most interesting insects or creatures with amazing stories, amazing lessons, because the experts of social development, they do a lot of research on social development. Basically, they regard bees as the most successful creature in the world in terms of social development. Since the bees, they have well administrative system, they have division of labors, they perform their task according to their time, according to their age, according to their duties. So we have many cases in the bee colony that's working together and making honey and make pollination that make us to survival. And also we are depending, and most of the beds in last 2 to 3 days based on food security and consumption of organic food. Through the project of bee pollination, we shall have organic food because the food that are being pollinated by bee, they are most in having the best quality, quantity, and more resistant to pests and diseases. I have been involved in many research about pollinators, bees, and last year I innovated the food wraps by using will able to extend shelf life of tomato up to 15 days after have been harvested during its ripening process. So when we wrapped that tomato, it took 15 days within the room temperature. But in refrigeration condition, that tomato took 25 days. So through these various bee projects, nowadays, I run the project of protecting bees and other pollinators, and also I have started my business in innovative way. This business basically concerning on bee products. Actually, I started with honey, then other bee products like royal gel, with more expensive in the world than gold. 1 kilogram of your royal jelly, the weight is 1/500 millions of Tanzania shillings. So you can compare 1 kilogram of the goldie and 1 kilogram of royal jelly. You will get the answers. Also, apart from royal gel, nowadays, due to development of science and technology, we have various projects of complementary alternative-based medicine. At University of Dar es Salaam, we started the project of treatment of cancer, inflammation diseases, and boost people's immunity, also viral diseases by using bee venom. The bee venom, actually, nowadays we are starting locally with staining person based on their weight and height and the seriousness of her or his condition. That's why this bee venom is the most, I can say the most expensive, because in order to produce 1 gram of bee venom, you need to use 10,000 bees. So, beekeeping, I can say, is not matured industry in our African country, but the most important source of income in our countries. But also, when we protect pollinators and we protect bees, surely we'll ensure food security, because more than 90% of food products we depend on bee pollination. That's why scientists said, if bees disappeared on the surface of globe, human life will no more than 4 years on the world. So we can see how these pollinators are more important in our lives. Also, for the case of we are using bee to protect animals. We are fencing national park by bee project. As we know, bee, they are sting. They have buzzing sound. The magical bees, they have wing bites, 200 wing bites per second. Also, they know the time of what plants where need to be pollinated. So specifically, these insects they know if mango tree needed to be pollinated during the early morning. So they go there at exactly time and pollinate. And the flowers, they be prepared by using the listening of buzzing sound of bees. So there is great communication. Flowers hear the buzzing sound of this insect. They are prepared themselves for pollination. And that's why we say the world, we are depending on this insect more than 90%. Also, I ran some projects to protect and manage forests by using this insect. Also, I ran the entrepreneur-based program, also training on entrepreneurship of producing value-added bee products. By using raw bee products like honey, beeswax, raw jelly, propolis, bee venom, and other products like pollination service or bee pollens, we are producing some value-added product like hand wash, soap, lotion bar, honey lotion, honey shampoo, lip balm, and other products like calf mixtures, alignment. Also, we are using the field of beekeeping, complementary alternative medicine, which known as apitherapy. Apitherapy is the field of alternative medicine by using bee and their related products. So we treat people by using bee sting, bee venom, honey, and other products. Wamri, I some people to ask some question. Yeah. Yes, brother. Yeah.
Our concentration has already been on the honey.
Yeah.
Not on the bend, not on the wax.
Yeah.
So come and tell us more about stuff. My sister here comes from, we produce one of the best honey in the whole region.
Yes.
But we're not taking it now. So we need an expert on this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Dingmoy Uburebra. Mine is just a question. You talk about the bee and the lotion. How scientifically effective for bee honey lotion to the human skin? How does it affect the human skin, and how it can move? How can it smoothen the skin?
Sorry, brother, can you repeat your question?
Question was how effective the bee honey lotion affect the skin, the positive effect and the negative effect.
I believe all of us, we know the negative aspect on bees. So when bees sting somebody, may get, I think, dizziness or headache, and sometimes can get may dead. But when we are talking about apitherapy, there are some guidelines, and we are considering the treatment based on your weight, because the bee venom in chemical composition is not differ from some insect venom like ant venom, wasp venom, and snake venom. But something give you remedy from the bee sting is the bioactive protein that's called the melitin protein. Some American institutions, they did number of research on COVID-19. So how the bee venom or bee sting might be used to treat virus. Surely, I am assured you, every kind of virus, when treated by bee venom, having dead. because the melting protein is going to decompose by lipid layer of that virus. So viral disease or viral particle will not survive on the host cell if have not a membrane that's made to regenerate itself. On the negative side effects of bee venom, as I told you, bee venom is not differ from some. When the number of bee sting exceed more than 100 sting, it will lead you to all symptoms like headache, dizziness, but when reach the 300 number of sting, it lead you to the death. So we must consider your allergic reaction on protein. Also, there are some people, they are lactose intolerance or they have allergy from some protein because almost insect or organism venom in biotherapy field composed of protein that the protein lead to you in allergy of some food product. So we are considering your allergic reaction on protein foods. As I introduced myself firstly, I am a food and bee scientist. So also I raise a campaign on consumption of natural food and organic food in my country through social media and TV programs. Yeah. Yeah. I have a plan D, but this time I concern in some few regions in my country because mostly I do like a volunteer for value addition product. Like as I told you, we have honey lotion, honey shampoo, we have honey bar soap, we have honey liniment, we have lip balm from the beeswax. Also, we have a lot number of bee products that are added value from the raw bee product. So I think it will be a good opportunity for me because my dream is Africa to be the leading continent in beekeeping field. Actually, in honey and other bee product export and supplying also. Yeah, okay, thank you. You want to ask me a question?
No. I am very satisfied. Yes. So thank you very much, Mr. B. Oh, okay. So I wanted a name. Someone I talked to yesterday called Rurit Yugusuk. She will raise a question which I think policymakers can help her. It's about how she really struggled to start a business in another country. How we are all in ESC, but young people are still struggling when they want to. I am from Burundi, and I live in Kenya. Every time it's a hassle to get a visa, a work permit, and what. If you start bringing business, it's even worse. So her experience in 3 minutes, and then one of the MPs will just answer.
All right. Representative from the EAC, members of parliament from South Sudan, and Obiseli Mwita Konkulu, the members of parliament from Uganda and every other country from East Africa. I greet you all and everybody in the seating, all protocols observed. Hello, my name is Lurit Yugosuk. So, one of the challenges we tend to have when it comes to transforming theory into practice is when it comes to how policies tend to work against us. I'll give you an experience. By the time I cleared the university for my undergraduate, I have grown up in Kenya, but I'm originally from South Sudan. That simply means that I will not get the nationality, no matter how long I live there, or no matter how long I get to associate with the people in the country. But at the same time, I need to call for action for my future. I need to be able to work. I need to be able to start a business to supplement my livelihood, and I need to start all those things. So one of the greatest challenges at the time was the fact that you have to pay for your individual work permit if you do not have an organization that pays it for you. When you're slightly older, it becomes very easy to pay for it, but when you're way younger, it's very expensive. And that's a challenge that very many people tend to experience, especially if you're a migrant. And at the time, the greatest challenge was trying to understand how policies can work for me. Well, right now we can say that regional integration is in place, and the work permit, visa, everything has been waived. And that's a very good thing for migrants outside respective countries. But the main reason why I'm sharing this particular experience is to tell all the leaders that exist in their individual capacities to always review the policies in their countries to accommodate everyone in the country at the same time, you know? And in terms of business, it becomes very difficult to start a business in another country. Why? Because the specific requirements that are needed do not match your nationality as an individual. However, one of the things we always call for are regional integration, and we call for collaboration, and we call for all these particular things. Yes, we can talk about the existence of policy frameworks that exist in a city, but how practical are they to accommodate everyone of every single age to actually exercise their particular abilities? And I'm hoping that we're able to also look at collaboration in a way that everybody is able to participate at their own capacities. Yeah? And yes, we can do the reciprocity aspect and everything, but at the same time, we also need to look at the practicality of the whole thing. How much are you willing to accommodate nationals from another country in your country? How much are you willing to actually fix your particular countries so that the nationals who had to migrate from your countries can come back and actually exercise whatever they've learned in other countries and make their individual countries better? So for the members of parliament inside this room today, I'm hoping you're able to touch on that. I'm hoping you're able to understand that we always need to look at the policies in our countries and how we can accommodate other people and also the migrants outside our countries. That said, I submit, and I'm hoping that we're able to address such issues and actually talk to people who've gone through the same experiences. Shukran.
Yesterday, as we were meeting a counterpart from Uganda, I raised issues like this. When we talk of integrating as a region, we should have an upper hand, both of us, okay? We are now providing pre-visas to Kenya and Uganda, and when they come, they even compete in the private sector with South Sudanese. We don't want to repeat what is happening in Southern Africa right now, especially South Africa, okay? We don't want that in our region as East Africa. The only way of avoiding that is making sure whatever opportunities available in South Sudan for the members of East African countries should be available for South Sudanese in the East African region. And exactly this is what she raised, okay? Honorable Akot, I have to be honest here. I'm such a controversial guy, but with the rate of honesty, South Sudanese youth are not happy that Ugandans are all over South Sudan and they are operating business, and we don't have the same opportunity in your country. The same apply to Kenya. Okay? So an integration that is more inclusive, then we should also reflect the same in all our region to avoid, shortcomings. Okay? I don't want to see what is happening in South Africa to Nigerian, to Ghanaian, to Rwandese, to other African countries happening in our region. Okay? We don't want to see that. And if we talk of deepening integrations, this should start of providing opportunities to young people who are in our regions, despite of where they come from, the same opportunities. It's a must. We don't start from there, we will disagree. Thank you.
Very quickly. I want to make a commitment that the concern that has been raised when we have all the youth members of Parliament of Uganda here. And we are committed to ensuring that the integration works for every East African. Our being here is for us to have meaningful integration. The oxygen in Arusha is good, but we want all these issues taken to our parliaments, and the commitment we can make is that we will do the needful. And maybe to make a few other comments, that Uganda is the largest refugee hosting nation. And that feeds into our ideology that we are a country that is very humanitarian in nature. And so the whole of Africa is welcome to Uganda. Then on the matter of business, the intention of the integration is twofold. Firstly, is that the integration should be for the economic prosperity of East Africans. With the integration, we already have a market of 200 million East Africans. What better market would we wish for if we had the integration working for our people? The second intention of the integration is strategic security of our people. We are aware that some of the nations in East Africa are still at war. You are also aware that Uganda, one of the greatest exports of Uganda is peace. With the commitments that we've made in South Sudan, the commitments in Somalia, and the policy of our country is that we shall not stop, especially when an African brother is suffering. Ours is Ubuntu. You are because then the other comment I would want to make is that as young people who are seated here, the greatest challenge that our young people face throughout Africa is the question of poverty. I know we are talking about job creation, which is a theme today. The figures that I read, they say that 72% of our young people live on less than $2 a day. It's a worrying statistic. And so, as young people, we must demand that our governments get involved in assisting the young people in businesses. The young people in businesses need just about 3 things. One is that our young people need to be skilled. I like the young person, the young man who is doing the bee business. Even when he's speaking, you notice that he has the substance. I like the fact that the South Sudanese have already invited him, but I would request him, before you reach South Sudan, you go through Uganda. So we are ready to host him. I don't know where he's seated, but since we are think of making arrangements for him to reach Uganda. So we want to have our young people skilled fast, because we need employable skills more than what sometimes we study in the conventional education system. Secondly, our young people need affordable financing. Affordable financing. Affordable financing either as startup capital or as support given to ongoing businesses. And I know most of our nations, I Youth Development Fund Enterprise. The crisis that we've had with most of the initiatives of government is that the implementation is usually a bit poor. The fortunate thing is that we have parliament. And our commitment also is that we'll do oversight business. In Uganda, we have 2 programs that government will use. One called the Myoga, which supports the non-agricultural enterprises, and the other called the Parish Development Model, agricultural enterprises. So we must make sure these funds actually work for our young people, and young people also involved in making decisions. Finally, is the question of market. Our young people in businesses need markets for their products. So the markets in their products we have, if we ensure that the integration works, we already have a market of 200 million people. And even our embassies should have a model that focuses on promoting our products abroad, not just embassies for political diplomacy. So these are demands that we can make as young people, and I'm pretty sure our countries will listen to. I appreciate. Thank you very much. I'll invite, okay.
I like this discussion among MPs. I think we should have more of these talks. Be organizing Tubonges, MPs from different countries could intervene. I think that's something you should try. At least we do it online. Hey, I see a lot of questions. You might be getting in trouble. See, there are like, okay, let's take, guys, it's time for lunch, and I want our MPs to leave here when they have had lunch. So I will just be giving 1 minute. Don't abuse. I'm trying to see where I can pass. Hey, even here. Jeez, okay, let me start. They told me that you have already spoken.
Okay, thank you for that insight. I'll just give a little bit of clarity in what exactly I'm saying. And I'll just give the experience as it is, because I've been trying to hide out the figures. My problem is not the fact that people are welcome in every single East African country, okay? My problem is the expenses that is associated with trying to capture all these opportunities. So here's the thing. The first year when 5 opportunities, and the main reason why I did not get all the 5 was because they could not pay for a work permit. Do you know what I had to do? I had to pay the first $3,000 to get the work permit so that I can get the opportunity. And then every year after that, it was $2,000. Tell me, how fair is that? Where do you place that policy? I want to know that. And you see, that's what I'm trying to say. The policy should work for the people. I understand that people can access opportunities, but by the time it's too expensive for me, tell me, am I paying for my skills? Or what exactly am I paying for? So what exactly am I supposed to bring on the table when you deter me from actually placing my skills on that very table? So you could also do, right now I'm doing an MA in policy as well. And if you look at all the policies that exist in all these EAC countries, they are set to actually hurt people. So I'm hoping you're able to look into that better and actually deal with the expenses. So I do not dispute the fact that there are opportunities. I do not dispute the fact that there are people in different countries, but kindly review them to work for the people. Thank you.
I just want my privilege as a moderator and say something. I think Madam McKenna has raised it even the day we opened. There are things as young people we need to say, and we hope you report, not just to your government, but to also your brothers and sisters from other governments. Young people here have been paying, I was processing their flights and what? Hundreds of dollars to get their COVID test. It's just unacceptable. To a young person to have to pay $170 to come here from one EAC country to another. And correct me if I am wrong, many of these kits are free. We got them as donations. So why our country make money from us? So there is something which is wrong, and I want really, now we have you, report to your government. Ask that question. We would have had many young people. Yesterday, there was fundraising going on here. Young people who can't pay to go back. And other young people from their own countries are trying to raise money to support. It's so hurting if you are in the organizing team to see that and to have a young person sending you a message, I have gotten money for bus, but I can't get money for COVID test. So please help us to raise those questions.
Okay, thank you for the nice discussion that's going on here. And mine was, what Kaze is even saying was part of it, but just to say, we don't expect you to go and report. We expect you to make bills because you are the lawmakers. So there's nothing you are going to report back to your government. We expect you to go and raise bills, make bills, draft the bills, and put the bills in place. I'm sure if the bills are made in our parliaments, we'll make this process to become easy. And then again, also, just another thing also about what we have been talking about is about young people. When we get to office, we tend to forget where we came from. We tend to forget that we were once young people advocating for people's rights. We become silent. We need to rise to the occasion and start speaking in those parliaments. It's not the fuel guzzlers, the modern phones that change your status as an MP. It's about you serving the citizens. And if you are able to serve the citizens, that is the reward. We don't become members of parliament so that we can enrich ourselves or we can enhance our people who surround us. But it's about us serving Mwananchi. Even if you are serving them, working, but we'll know that this person is surely serving the people. Thank you.
Hey, yeah. Okay. What time is it? Who has... You guys are breathing my
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to speak we have really talked about how other countries should allow us to be and do business in their countries. I want to talk about how member states in their own countries are not even allowing young people to do business. I was in my village for the first time, Ugandan lady owning a very big restaurant in my village where I can't even go myself. And I was very surprised. I asked her, how did you do it? How did you even get access when other people can't do it? She's a hustler. She has the entrepreneurial culture. And even people have so many challenges, but she was able to, because I feel like government supports their people more than our government supports our young people. So, like Kenya has the Kenyan Youth Development Policy, which give youth-led startups a 2-year tax exemption. In my country, for you to get an permit, you have to pay 250,000 South Sudanese pounds, which is about $625. For you to open a company, it costs about $800 to $1,000. In Rwanda, as a South Sudanese, I can open a business with only $400. So as a South Sudanese, it's even cheaper for me to open a business in Rwanda than it is for me to open a business in my own country. So how do you explain that? In Kenya, I know what she talked about, in job. So they are very careful to ensure, as much as they are opening up their borders, they don't want their own citizens to lose opportunities. As much as we want to open our borders, we have to protect our country's sovereignty. Our citizens comes first, then other people come second. For you to open a business in Kenya, you're very welcome to do so. But at least 70% of your employees have to be Kenyans, all right? These are policies that countries put in place to support their own people, to support their own startups, to support their own youth-led organizations. So can we first start from our own countries? Can we first set up policies that support young people to do business within our own countries? And then let's speak about expanding to other countries.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. There is Brian who has been harassing me from very long time ago. Honorable, there is this one.
Thank you, Cousin Nessa. My name is Brian from ActionAid Uganda. I just want to provide clarity on narratives. I think it's very important about what one of the MPs from South Sudan said about opportunities for South Sudanese to do business in Uganda. I want to state that Uganda is one of the most liberal economies in this region. Just about anyone from anywhere can start a business in Uganda. There is literally no much distinction between a foreigner and a Ugandan in terms of requirements for starting a business. And I want to say further that we have a Refugees Act. A refugee has a right to work in Uganda as long as they have the qualifications for a particular job. And I want to say finally that as we talk about immigration, as South Sudanese to do business in Uganda, there are thousands of Ugandans that flock to South Sudan to do business. I address our MP from South Sudan here that we have had cases of Ugandans being killed senselessly in your country. Can you please take deliberate steps to protect the right to life of Ugandans and other foreign nationals, but also, by the way, including your own citizens living and working in your own country? Thank you.
Now, I need to protect my people. So, not because I know they have another program. I was being briefed. I see a lot of South Sudanese want to ask a question, and I want other countries to accept that, because this is a privilege. Many young people never meet their MPs. So, huh? So I give. I want to. Other people first. Let's deal with South Sudan and then we continue. I hope we are still with you. Good.
All right, thank you. First of all, my name is Gak Malek. I'm from South Sudan. What I would request our citizens and MPs to do is not really to respond, but to implement back home. We are just here to conceptualize. Whatever thing is right, please note it and then implement it back home. EAC integration is something that I can proudly say that as South Sudan, we are implementing it. Because all the business sectors in my country are controlled by East African communities. If you talk of hotel sectors, it's controlled by Eritreans and Ethiopians. If there is an Eritrean here, you can confess to that. Insurance and banking sector in my country is fully controlled by Kenyans. If there's a Kenyan here, go and confirm it. Road transport and you talk of fuel supply, Somalians are controlling it. You talk of foodstuffs, that one is fully Ugandans controlling it. Literally, as South Sudanese, there is no any business sector that we are fully controlling in our own country. And how are we encouraging our own people to invest in businesses? It's because of policies. So I can challenge my MPs to take it upon themselves to make sure they encourage young South Sudanese to invest in the country, and also to make sure other South Sudanese that are in East African countries also get the same opportunities and ensure that we have a thriving EAC. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Saulo. Mine is actually challenge. I want to challenge our MPs, the 22 MPs here. The civil society and the youth of South Sudan did their best by deliberating on the bill of the youth bill. And we went further than just processing the bill. We actually tabled it at a paper of order on the last previous assembly, which was being dissolved. So my challenge for you guys, please make it a legacy for you. All this privilege cannot come without a bill. The bill is on the parliament currently. What we need from you guys is to make sure the bill pass to policy. This is one. South Sudan, I'm South Sudanese. I have introduced myself. So we have the bill, we did our part. All we are requesting from you is to make sure you pass it to the bill, and that will be count legacy to you guys. We did our part, we deliberate, we brought all the stakeholders together, and now it is on the parliament. All we want from you guys is to make sure it goes to bill, because if we have the bill, it will open for us a lot of opportunities to discuss about the enterprise development fund and so forth. This is one. The second one, I know the committees has not yet been formed, but when they are formed, my humble request from you guys to push for the enterprise development fund, that we're supposed to get the 2% from the national cake. It is not a small money. So this is our request. Last, not least, those youths who are in business. We are not requesting from you guys to go and to waive the tax and all these policies. But currently, allow me to say this one in Arabic. No, seriously. Yes. We have, currently عندنا 13 21 no 21 or 19 taxes 21 or no about taxes and هنا بندفعوا ضرائب بندفع about 21 ضرائب كويس for example أنا عندي شركة okay no جوبا في جوبا انت عندك الضرائب اللي انت هنا بندفع الناشونال جفرمنت بندفع ضريبه اوكي انا بدفع personal income tax business profit tax I pay also rental tax from Juba City Council I also pay again revenue authority on my neck كويس garbage security service a lot of it's okay that's why أنا قلت أنا داير أقوله بعربي كويس المشكلة اللي هنا we want to tackle كويس المشكلة حق الضرائب يا جماعة عندنا أكثر من 21 ضريبة imagine أنا البيزنس حقي الكابيتال حقي أقل من $20,000 أنا بدفع فوقه 21 is it making sense so thank you.
Yes, no, I will allow. But what I'm trying to do, this is a privilege. Yes. Just 1 minute.
Okay, all protocols observed. My name is Akwad Sarah from South Sudan. And I would really want to say thank you, the ULEAD and the members who organized this session. Because to us as South Sudanese, it's hard to even meet the MPs. Me, actually, I don't know them. It's my first to speak what I have in my heart in front of them. So let us not take notes and let us go back and implement. My issue is about the policies that we have in South Sudan and they are not in actions. I will talk on the issue of the employment. We have so many issues that are rising in South Sudan because of the employment and especially in the sector of the oil. We have South Sudanese who are working in the oil sector. There are policies that are guiding them together with the partners. But up to now, there's they are pulling ropes on why shouldn't South Sudanese accept that this is what they are supposed to get. Yet in the policies, they're supposed to get more than what they are getting right now. So on this matter, I really want our members to take it so serious. It has been something that was dragging, and it has not been put in action. And these people are also paying taxes for things that are not seeing. They are not seeing being where their money is being taken is not seen. Yet they are being taxed so highly. And then again, another thing, the money they're supposed to get is not being pushed by their own South Sudanese that they should get this. The Chinese are being paid higher. The Malaysians are being paid so high. Yet our own South Sudanese are not being paid. Another thing is also the policies on the environmental aspect of the oil extraction in that area. That thing pains me. Our women are producing kids deformed. And it is, okay. I hope into Bituwasul fil Barnamida, and I hope you will meet us in South Sudan. Thank you.
Let the protocol be observed. Let the protocol be observed. Thank you so much, ULEAD, for this opportunity. Our honorables, I'm so great that I met you in person. I'm the Anna Maneno from South Sudan. Yes, one thing is discuss this in the parliament because I might not get the privilege. Though one day you'll see me there. I'll get my way inside there. One, I'm Anna Maneno. Okay. Okay. So number one, I want you to protect our fellow citizens. I'm talking this, we're in another country, but at least we have the privilege to talk to you one-on-one. You're already doing great. Comparing South Sudan from 2016, there's a lot of changes this year. Congratulations. Then there are a lot of things that you need to push in. a lot of South Sudanese are being enslaved in their own country. Imagine they're doing the same labor force, another person is getting $500 and they're getting equivalent to $50 in pounds. So the most important thing I want us to talk now, please, if you can push in for us to have a national electricity, it will be important. I don't like what is happening to Nelson Kwaje and Marina. Right now they've been arrested. They were just arrested. JETCO has power to charge them 98,000. They have not pushed this thing to court. And currently it's happening in South Sudan. I am like a voice from South Sudan asking that let them free Nelson Kwaje and Marina. Free Defy Hate now. Go back and make sure they're released from prison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Useful, eh? We appreciate us. But I thought when we speak here, we speak things that are across the continent, not a particular state, which is also fine. We want also to remind you that as a parliamentarian, we have limit. We are not everywhere. As a member of parliament, you have your role. And one of our role is to pass law. And who implement the law, it is not us. That's why you have the ministry, that's why you have the local government, that you have the county commissioner, the Payam and the Boomer. And I believe those who are from South Sudan, they're coming from different county, Payam and Boomer. And if it happens, you don't know whoever represents you in your county, I don't think you need to remove this robe and put it on somebody's head that I don't know my MP. It is your duty to know whoever is coming from that county or that particular state. For example, I'm coming from Jonglei. I may not know somebody coming from Western Equatoria. We are very far. So you have also to play your role and know the role of parliamentarian. It's somehow limit. The first point that was really making sense, the issue of work permit, which could affect every one of us. And I think it's on particular state in which we don't want to mention the name of a state, but also as region and partners, we can address this thing before Eastern Africa. It is not South Sudan Parliament to solve that. It is the Eastern Africa Legislative Assembly to see the interests of the Eastern Africa across the continent. And I think the point is really making sense if it's really happening as a citizen of Eastern Africa, being in one country of Eastern Africa, and you are charged more than your salary if you can pay 3,000 just to get work permit. How much are you getting from that work? Just imagine. I think these are one of things we need to talk about. The other thing is about the bill. My brother said they have tabled the youth bill into the parliament. The bill has to go through certain process. It is not the parliament to pick it. It has to go through the Ministry of Justice. It has to go through the Ministry of Youth and Sport. It has to go to the Committee of Youth and Sport. And maybe many of us does not belong to that committee. So at least if it is a private bill, this is where many of us can contribute to it. But it is under committee, and then it is a responsibility of certain committee. And again, Junubin El Jain from South. So it's one thing also you have to put in mind, 1 year period, you don't have parliament that was functioning based on the reform of the government and all this. This parliament was formed recently, I think it was August. And the issue of business, I think we're all in the same point. We Junubin in general, as we speak now, there is a motion to summon the mayor for Juba County. You know, it's affect everybody, this issue of taxation. Even we MP, Main and Ahal, we have relatives that are doing business. They give us this report alive that you pay like 200,000, more than 200. And they have this small receipt, Wasaka, Mabarif Security, Fi Munu Munu Hinak, and you don't see them kuluzatu. Aywan. So this parliament is really working on it. El Mayor bita Juba iji yugulene. Do we belong to Juba or we belong to central government, which is the national government? Lanu fi competition in the middle there. The national government and the state government. And the state government, I think, is taking more. And for us also, the state have its own parliament. You see the difference now, the difference of two government in the one city. So these are the things the parliament will really address as soon as possible. issue bita foreigners are controlling most of the market. And then Junubin Marad also, we have to know who is behind business bitazul. Yesterday we spoke with the Secretary General. He told us in every country there is no foreigner that can own a business without a partner who is a citizen of certain country. So itu Junubin come and find out then as muni our partners. Dema Junubin bitana de udeya to Junubin come on. I believe mafia here foreigners fi beladak shagal business bidun Junubi barao. Lakin they are to Junubi. The haja to derinta arefuka Junubin. For us as young parliamentarian, you are highly welcome. That parliament is open 24/7. I don't know how come you guys cannot come to the parliament and ask, we want to meet parliamentarian. You can go to the office of the clerk, you can get the information you want to get. The easy office that you can get 24/7, come to Women Parliamentarian Caucus. You will get all the information you want to wish about the work of young people and the work of women in the parliament. Shukran ya jaman. Nakhalu hajat beledna le beledna.
Thank you very much. There was a question asked by one of the members of this forum about the security of Uganda citizens in South Sudan. I think it's very good, that question, because we are all aware that the life of every citizen is very important. We have a law to guide and protect individual life. But when the country is at the war, sometimes I grew up in Kenya. When I was in Kenya, I cannot go and live in a rural area, okay? Because if anything happened to me, who will be responsible for that? There's some foreigners who had burned even to the village. Sometimes when there's something happen, a government are not aware, okay? If you are doing business, do in the city, do in where your security is safe, okay? Even we South Sudanese, when you are leader, there's some places that you cannot access for security reason. But if you go there and you get hurt, it's not a South Sudanese government, but it is individual responsibility. Secondly, when you go to another country, you have to register. You have to go with the security and let the migration know that how many people are there. Because maybe you when you enter in the border, you did not even register, because most of Uganda they sneak, because they sneak, they don't pass through migration illegally. When you are fine ahead there, it's not a government responsibility, because you did not follow the procedures. Secondly, Hanene Jinubin, الشغل تاع business تكون أسعار قبل ده. Nene, we are not willing to make the business. Let us be sincere. Loita shuptu hotelade, dena munu chakalin. Dena munu chakalin. Does it need awareness? It doesn't need awareness. Because all of business, when you want to start a business, you start with a small thing. Secondly, organization, you did not invite us. When you have a forum, you want our views, invited us. You'll come and hear from us. And we take it from you. We are available in the parliament. And procedures you need us to go through, we can give. But we have a time limit. We have a time limit.
I want to suggest one thing. I see there is a lot of questions. Honorables, when are you leaving? Because these young people, we have to admit, they have a lot of things. Yes. We have your emails. You are accountable to us and them. We will look for you. You organize a meeting with them. Very good. So, we conclude this discussion. Honorable. I want to let also the Ugandan MPs say something because we have.
Thank you, Kazeneza. The honorable colleagues in the Parliament of South Sudan and the colleague members of Parliament from Uganda, I took a it is enjoyable to listen in to the views of our fellow young people. But then I also remembered that at the beginning of this conversation, I was very deliberate and I said, one of the things that brought me to Arusha was a very firm belief in the small miracles such meetings can cause. I have a firm belief that a similar conversation like we have had can have very great impact. And that is why I'm loving the interaction between South Sudan members of parliament and the peers who have come. It's a good interaction. You'd love it. But there is something I have noted is that the members of parliament are making commitments to go back to the national assemblies and push for some things. And this we need to appreciate as all players in the youth sector. But I also want to put two things. One is we must appreciate that when we take on commitments to our government, sometimes the route to advocacy is very laborious. It takes a lot to champion one thing, push it until all stakeholders can agree to it and then adjust their minds to it. It is always very difficult. I always believe government is so many people with different states of minds, all of them contributing to a certain end result. And for a young person's view to be listened to, it needs that you convince all. It becomes laborious. That is why I understand that the youth challenges sometimes are unique and they are peculiar in their own way. So that means they need ad hoc approach. And that is why we need these conversations. But we do not need to have only Tubonge conversations and stop here. So we need to have a mechanism of wording them. This is why I'm thinking that we could come here and resolve and say, we are tagging this conversation to the heads of state summit. And we say every time there is going to be a heads of state summit, there should be a similar conversation of this nature. We come together and have a conversation. The National Youth Council is involved, the members of parliament are involved, and then we climax the conversation by writing a communique to the heads of state. Because that is the best approach and the most ad hoc way we can influence these people to listen in to what the young people have to say. What he was raising is a very peculiar issue. It is something of very much foreign importance. I would even think twice before I respond to it. But what the young lady in Kenya is raising is also a very important. That is why we said the young people must have a conversation in the process of integration. So these are very important things. I urge the organizers of this meeting, we can work together, have this conversation prior to the Heads of State Summit. We also come together as members of parliament from countries of East Africa, have a conversation, result our conversation in having a communique, go to the Heads of State Summit, and we use an up-bottom approach, and that is the best way we can influence policies. Otherwise, I thank you, and I have been privileged to interface with the most brilliant minds that Africa can have, and have very high that Africa is great and greatly destined. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Once again, Chirabo Agnes, a youth representative for Central Uganda in Parliament. Honorable members from South Sudan and honorable colleagues, all delegates here, protocol observed, good afternoon. I would love also to add a voice, because I've been listening in attentively of all the issues that are transpiring within the youth across East Africa. And I agree with you on most of them. And me, when I look at it all, it goes back to unemployment and underemployment. Last time our stakeholders were engaging us and they talked about creating more jobs for the youths within the East African community. And I appreciated that. But they've not looked at the point of how the young people are paid back for the services they offer to the industries they've made, to the kind of employment they've made to them. All this, I mean, even our services, even our representative is questioned because the young people are underemployed. If they were employed fully, I bet they would be really questioning our representative. Everyone would be busy at least delivering something or working on something. I appreciate the fact that the young people are innovative. You've seen the bee man from Tanzania is really doing a good work. And even in Uganda back home, we have so many innovative youth that have come up with so many businesses. But they are, even if the support is offered from government, they are not on board. First of all, the market is interrupted from internet, from social media. Facebook was closed for Uganda and Kenya, and maybe others. I mean, a lot borders are closed for marketing their services. And when the heads of state met, they agreed that they should be open borders for maybe marketing our goods. And I wonder why at the end of it all, some close. So all this goes back to us, that if we had maybe, if our young people were rightly paid and they suitably can sustain their levels of living, the standards of living, maybe the complaints would be minimal. So now I urge the members of Parliament of South Sudan and my colleagues that we should push that bill. We should push that bill for minimum wage. At least the young people should be compensated for the services they render to these industries, to these companies, and whatever work they do, irrespective of the academic qualifications and everything. So I'm really in total agreement with you. I've noted most of the challenges, but as you know, as members of Parliament, our roles were said by my colleague Okot to represent, to legislate, so that bill will be pushed under the legislative pillar. Then also to the oversight role or scrutiny, to scrutinize the government activities. If something is offered for the youth, let us put our eyes there and follow it up to the bottom line. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Agnes. Now, I'm keep thinking that you guys are hungry, but no one wants to go. So can you? He has already spoken many times.
It is our time. Yes. 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 I think this is getting really interesting. The way it take a shape between all East Africa to become a local for all of us as the South Sudanese to dominate this discussion. My name is Honorable Bol Piotem, Member of Parliament in South Sudan, newly member. The point I'm trying to make is regarding all the issues earlier our sister raised there in Kenya, in Uganda, and our other sister raised regarding the policies those countries in East Africa put to empower their youth and creating jobs for their own citizens. And this is kind of bring us to the question of when we talk about those laws which empower our own locals, like putting those law of not allowed all the foreigners to work or to earn or to participate in our local affair and all this stuff. And that brings us to a question of integration into East African community. How can we be integrated to East African community while it's like starting a game with 2-0. If we come to a case of South Sudan, that's how I look at it, and that's how a lot of South Sudanese look at this integration to East African community, because if we coming here to do and to discuss the issue of integration to East African community, and there are these laws that prevents our citizens in those countries in East Africa not to be a part of it or not to participate, how can we be fairly be a part of that East African community? And this is the questions raised by all our citizens here, and I'm glad MP from Uganda are here and they took a note of it. And I wish other MPs from Nairobi, I wish they were here too, they could listen, and then we could ask them the same questions and ask them to take commitment to raise those issues in their parliaments in Nairobi. But it comes back to the point. We are South Sudanese. As you guys know, we are a new country. Yes, we keep saying that we are a new country. But at the same time, I think what blocks most of us is the issue of war, because we just got our independence and we just got into the war without even taking our time to get to know ourselves and to establish our laws. All this country, Uganda, Kenya, it took them a lot of time to establish those laws. And as most of you guys know, establishing those laws is not easy. It has a procedures it has to go through. And those procedures take years sometimes, not even a month. So definitely what I'm trying to say is that we have new MPs, and I'm hopeful, definitely, and optimistic. Those young MPs that really have a lot of bills in mind, that they will present it as soon as our parliament is open, as soon as the committees are being created. Definitely they will go, because most of these young MPs, and I know most of you guys, because background I came from entertainment industry. I was a promoter. I know a lot about music. I know a lot about young guys, what they want. So definitely it's easy to approach me. Since most of the artists, I always hang out with artists, and that's now others, they always ask me, why do you always hang out with those artists or those promoters? Because this is where it's like my foundation. So I always go back to see what's their problem and trying to raise those problems into when Parliament is open. So I just want you to know, those delegates from South Sudan, please take your time, share with us some stuff, because that's the only way we can work together. Don't feel hesitated. Anytime you want, walk to us. If you see us in the restaurant, please come sit and say, I have issue to discuss, and we'll be willing to listen to you guys and present those stuff to you. Thank you. Glad to counter with our counterpart from Uganda. We will definitely have a more discussion to further our youth agenda together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can close this discussion, go have some lunch, and then we will have the last discussion after.
Good afternoon. Allowed me to address our people in Arabic. Yeah. في بداية أنا بشكركم ونفس الكلام اللي انتوا قلتوه. نحن قبل ما نكون في البرلمان ده كان هم بتاعنا، وعايزين نقدم لكم اعتذار كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، لأنه الوقت بتاعنا كله قضيناه في حرب. It is good, now we have a peace agreement, and we will work hard, implementation يمشي بطريقة اللي احنا عايزينه وما نرجع تاني لحرب. ونمرة اتنين، مسألة بتاعت الوضع اللي قاعد يواجه جنوب ده مسؤولية وطنية. جنوب السودان أنا في وجه نظري بشوف إنه ما لقى استقلال حقه لسه، لأنه زي ما أنتوا قلتوه هناك كل المسائل في البلد قاعد يسيطروا عليه أجانب. بمعنى السيفل سوسايتي، political parties, all of us, we have a national duty عشان حاجات ده كله يكون في وضع بتاعه. لكن لو احنا قاعدين نلوم انفسنا افتكر وضع ده بيستمر زي ده لالاف السنين. فنحن ما منزعجين من كلامكم، مبسوطين، وكلامكم يعني ده الحاجه موجود في بالنا. والبرلمان يا دوب بدا يشتغل، افتكر ما عمل له 4 شهور. فانتوا راقبونا وتعالوا لنا وفتشوا محلات اللي احنا بنكونوا قاعدين فيه. لو ما جيتونا بنجيكم المرة، ونحن جادين في الكلام ده. هسي فكيتوا علينا يعني القنابل. The place has become like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But it's okay. There is no problem. So it is good for us to collaborate, come together. We are one generation. Nelson Kwaji, it is my younger brother. Then we grow up in Sudan in one place. فأنا لما أمشي من هنا لجوبا ده أول قضية مع باقي الام بي بنمشي محل السجون فيه. And we will address this issue seriously. So this parliament بيكون مختلف. وانتوا راح تكونوا فرحانين من ما شدة فرحانين. أنا متأكد زول فيكم بيطلع ما لبس البلوزة والحاجات بتاعتكم ده. لما تطلع في الشارع تلقى نفسك كده لأنه you will be so happy about our duty. So let us keep this spirit. Let us collaborate. Let us build a channel among ourselves. So we hope that we should have like a group in WhatsApp, so all of us will be part of it, and we will share the information. So there is no doubt. I think it is the first time for the South Sudanese to have a larger number MP from the young generation. It is first time. لو رجعنا في الفترات اللي فات بنلقى تمثيل بتاع الشباب كان من 40، لكن هسه في 26 في 30 وممكن هسه وصل لحاجه بتاعت ممكن لو ما اخطات ممكن يكون 150 شاب. ده قوه. فنحن راح نشتغلوا سوا والبلد زي ما انا قلت عشان يكون stable we should put our hand together. We should not blame ourselves. We should come and share idea that we have. And South Sudan, as our late Dr. John Garang said, it is a paradise. Jannah. فيه لو مشينا Greater Bibor إننا أكبر. يعني جنوب السودان ممكن نبنوه في خلال 3 سنة يكون أحسن من تنزانيا. But I want to remind some our colleagues that they say that they was receiving us in big number. If we go back 2013, when we have a discussion in Addis Ababa, the government of Addis, they was blaming us, your people like fighting. It bit hibu mashakil. Now there is war in Addis Ababa. And we should not make a joke. If some of country are having problem, we should stay with them and try to help the problem that in that country. So we don't have, I don't wish, in coming years or Uganda will have problem within their, no, we don't wish that. But this kind of a statement is not, it's not good and it's not acceptable. And I request our brother from the Uganda to apologize to us. If they refuse, it's okay. But we should not say we did not speak in that language. It's not good. Thank you.
So let's just conclude. Thank you very much, honorables. This was so nice, and young people for your contribution. We will come back for the next session. Let's go have lunch. So and then we will conclude in the evening. Thank you. Let's have a clap for ourselves at least. This was beautiful, and I'm very honored and hope that when we will come back to you and say we want to have a meeting between you and young people, you will be there for us. Yes, thank you.
Now, there is a challenge there. Someone has the US dollars, but it's not computed in the accountant officers.